Good morning. We have an interpreter on the line. Mr. Jose Vigo, can you please raise your right hand?
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or solemnly affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law your duties as an interpreter to the best of your ability, so help you God, upon the penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, December 8th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and, by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Panel member Barry.
Muy buenos días. Siendo el 8 de diciembre de 2025, es una audiencia de la libertad preparatoria de Connecticut. Las partes se encuentran presentes. Los 500 miembros de la Junta se encuentran presentes esta mañana, y al decir sus nombres en el registro certifico de que ellos han revisado todos los documentos estatutarios requeridos y disponibles pertinentes a la información en preparación de esta audiencia. Nancy Turner, miembro del panel.
Thank you. Panel member Barry.
And panel member Rodriguez.
Y tenemos al señor, ¿qué tal? Soy member Rodríguez.
Please say your name and inmate number for the record.
Por día su nombre encarcelado y su número para el registro.
Eddie Medina, y mi número es 00271717.
Eddie Medina, and my number is 00172727.
2717. 17.
17. Yeah.
00271717, dijo, ¿es correcto?
Sí.
Ok, 00271717.
This is a rehearing conducted in consideration of the parole application for Eddie Medina, number 271717. He is serving a total effective sentence, 12 years, execution suspended after 5 years, followed by 3 years of probation for 2 counts of sale of narcotic substance and disorderly conduct. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 10th, 2025. There is victim input in this case. Victim Services is also participating in this hearing. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Since his last hearing, the offender has completed the following programs: domestic violence, voices, and tier 2. Excuse me, there is no OVS, my apologies.
Okay.
Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Medina, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Bueno, esta es una consideración para la solicitud de libertad condicional para el señor Eddie Medina con el número 271717. Él está cumpliendo una sentencia efectiva total de 12 años, ejecución suspendida después de 5 años, seguida de 3 años de libertad condicional por 2 delitos de venta de sustancias narcóticas y conducta perturbante. Al día de hoy, los trabajadores reflejan una elegibilidad para la libertad preparatoria con la fecha 10 de enero del año 2025. Hay una declaración por parte de una víctima en este caso. Los servicios de la víctima también estarían participando en esta audiencia, y hay un reconocimiento del ofensor planeado para el efecto desde su última audiencia, en lo cual desde su última audiencia el ofensor ha completado los siguientes programas. violencias domésticas en niveles 2. Perdón, hay un ODS por parte de mi colega utilizando el sistema de evaluación de riesgo al ofensor utilizado a nivel estatal. La puntuación en línea general del ofensor se encuentra dentro del rango moderado de un riesgo por reincidencia. El señor Medina, esta es su oportunidad para poder expresar a la Junta por qué usted considera de que se le debería otorgar la libertad preparatoria. Puede comenzar.
Buenos días a todos. En primer lugar, por permitirme estar aquí nuevamente frente a ustedes. Pienso que se me debería dar el privilegio de estar en la libre comunidad bajo el privilegio de Parole, ya que he completado todos mis programas y he llevado toda cabalidad lo que me han pedido, al igual que también admito todos mis errores en el pasado y me arrepiento y le pido perdón a todas las víctimas. Y lo único que quisiera sería una oportunidad para demostrarle a la libre comunidad y el panel de Parole que yo sí puedo vivir sin alcohol, sin droga y sin violencia doméstica. He aprendido mucho.
Go ahead.
Good morning to everybody. First of all, thank you for allowing me to appear in front of you in this hearing. Well, I would like to say that I think that I deserve the privilege of the parole because I have completed all my programming. I have complied with all the requirements. And besides, well, you guys know all of the mistakes that I committed in the past, but I regret about this, and I ask for the forgiveness to all the victims that I caused damage. So I tell the board that now I am a person who can live without alcohol, drugs, and domestic violence.
Please continue.
Por continúe.
También yo he tenido una conducta totalmente positiva en el reclusorio donde me encuentro y si me otorgan el privilegio de salir a la libre comunidad, lo primero que haré será pararme frente a las víctimas a las cuales le hice daño de una u otra manera, porque acepto mis errores y acepto que en un pasado hice mucho daño, del cual me arrepiento, incluyéndole el daño que le he provocado a mis hijos y a mi familia. Y lo único que deseo es una oportunidad de demostrarle a mis hijos, mi familia, a la libre comunidad, que yo he cambiado y que puedo seguir cambiando positivamente para mi bien y para el bien de los demás.
In addition, I have had a very positive behavior in the detention center that I've been staying. And if you guys grant me the privilege to be released and return to the community, I will, the first thing I'm going to do is offer my apologies to the victims for the damage that I caused them in one way or another. I recognize my mistake and the damage that I caused to a lot of people, including the damage that I caused to my children and to my family. And I just want to have the chance to show everybody that I have changed for my good sake and for the good sake of the community.
Thank you, Mr. Medina. You know how this process works, so we'll begin the questions with my colleague, panel member Barry.
Bien, muchas gracias, señor Medina. Usted sabe cómo funciona esto, así que vamos a comenzar con las preguntas. Comenzaríamos con mi colega, el miembro del panel, el señor Barry.
Señorita Barry. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning again, Mr. Medina. I am happy to see that you were able to comply with the prior panel's recommendations. Do you think that the denial that you received back in February was a good thing?
Señor Medina, estoy feliz de poder ver de que usted ha tenido la oportunidad de poder cumplir con las recomendaciones de los paneles anteriores. ¿Usted cree, señor, que la negación que usted recibió anteriormente en el mes de febrero fue algo bueno?
¿Podría repetirme, por favor?
Would you please repeat one more time, please?
You can
No, es que aquí no lo oigo bien porque está muy bajito.
He wants him to, he wants
I
him,
can listen very well because the volume is too low.
I think he wants you to repeat it.
This interpreter, can I repeat the question?
Please.
Yeah.
Okay. Bien, muchas gracias, muy buenos días, señor Medina. Me alegra saber de que usted ha tenido la oportunidad de poder cumplir con las recomendaciones anteriores que le dio el panel. ¿Usted cree, señor, que la negación que usted recibió anteriormente en el mes de febrero fue algo bueno?
Sí, estoy de acuerdo con la decisión que recibí anteriormente, porque me dio la oportunidad de entrar a unos programas de los cuales yo desconocía que existían para mi beneficio. Y hoy en día me siento mucho más preparado que cuando los vi la primera vez, y se los agradezco de una u otra forma. Fue de beneficio para mí el entrar a estos programas y completarlos y poder aprender lo más que pude. A lo mejor si yo hubiera tenido estos programas anteriormente, en este momento no estuviera aquí sentado.
Yes, I agree with that decision that I got before, because it gave me the opportunity to start some programs that I didn't know they exist. They were good for my own benefit, and now I feel better prepared than the first time that I appear in front of you. So I really appreciate this in one way or another, because it was for my own benefit. And I think that if I wouldn't have learned all the things that I learned in those programs, I wouldn't be sitting here in front of you guys right now.
And what did you learn in the programs?
¿Y qué es lo que aprendió en el programa?
Aprendí algo diferente en cada programa, especialmente en el programa de violencia doméstica, en donde aprendí que agredir a una persona no es solamente hablarle mal, sino es Violencia doméstica significa muchas cosas, como agredir a una persona físicamente, verbalmente, quitarle la ayuda económicamente, sexualmente y de otras maneras. El programa de violencia doméstica aprendí mucho de lo que tenía, de la ignorancia que tenía tocante a este programa. Y en el programa de Tier 2 me enseñó los efectos que las drogas me estaban causando a mí y a las personas a las cuales yo les vendía droga. En Voice aprendí sobre el impacto que los crímenes, como el crimen que yo estaba cometiendo.
Señor, estamos en una pausa. Quiero aclarar algo con usted. Espera un momento, por favor. This interpreter, before continuing, I need to clarify a term that he used. Is that right for you guys?
Yes.
Thank you. Señor, en el programa donde aprendió acerca de las drogas, del efecto que causaba sobre usted y sobre el resto de la gente a la cual usted le vendía drogas, ¿cómo se llamaba?
Ese Tier 2. El programa de Tier 2.
EM2?
Tier 2.
Tier 2.
Tier 2. Ok, gracias. Hasta ahí le entendí. Continúe después de esa parte, el siguiente programa.
Ese es el programa de violencia doméstica.
Claro, ese fue el primero que mencionó, luego mencionó el Tier 2 y creo que mencionó un tercer programa. Continúe
Sí.
con el tercer programa.
Ok, este programa es Voice. En el programa de Voice aprendí sobre el impacto de los crímenes. En mi caso, el crimen que yo estaba cometiendo al venderle sustancias no controladas a la comunidad, aprendí del daño que le estaba causando a cada una de esas personas, incluyéndome a mí. Discúlpeme, es que estoy un poco nervioso. En el programa de Click, ese programa me ha enseñado a cómo escuchar e interactuar con mis hijos y con la madre de mis hijos, lo cual no hacía yo en un pasado. Ese programa de Click, con él he podido restablecer comunicación con varios de mis hijos y sus madres. Esto es solamente un poquito de lo que aprendí de cada uno de los programas. Le doy las gracias nuevamente.
Menciona el nombre del último programa.
Se llama Click.
Click.
Sí.
Okay. This interpreter was clarifying information with the gentleman. He said the following. Well, I learned different things in these different programs in domestic violence. I understood and I learned that assaulting doesn't mean just talking bad words to somebody. It can be in different ways, like physically, verbally, economically, and in other ways. That's a learning that I didn't have in the past because of my ignorance, and I wasn't aware of it. And tier number 2, I learned about the damage that I was causing by selling drugs, and the damage was caused not only to me, but also to the people that I was selling drugs to. In Voices, I learned about the impact of the crimes that I committed. In my case, the crime that I was committing was to sell control substances to people in the community, and I learned about the damage that I was causing to the people that I was selling these substances, including me. Excuse me, guys, but I'm kind of nervous at this moment. Then in the CLICK program, that program taught me how to study in an intellectual way with my children, with my wife also, because, well, I have been able to reestablish a communication with my children and with their mother, thanks to this program.
Okay, good. Now, our records indicate that you received disability. Were you selling drugs to compensate for the lack of income?
Bueno, nuestro registro, muy bien, señor. En todo caso, nuestros registros indican de que usted está recibiendo discapacidad, beneficio de discapacidad. ¿Usted estaba vendiendo estas drogas para poder compensar la falta de ingresos económicos?
No,
Then why?
¿Por qué entonces?
lo hacía porque era como sentirme parte del grupo, sentirme parte de las personas con las cuales estaba rodeado, que no debía de haber estado junto a ella o no debía haber entrado al mundo de ellos, el cual hoy en día me arrepiento y no creo que en un futuro le vuelva a dejar que alguien manipule mi vida.
No, I was doing this because I wanted to feel part of the group. I wanted to be part of the people that was surrounding me, but I shouldn't hang out with these people. And I don't think in the future, this type of people is going to manipulate my life.
Good. Kind of if you really have taken advantage of the programs that are there in the facility. And I commend you on your efforts towards your rehabilitation. The programs that were on your offender accountability plan really were for your benefit. So I'm glad to hear that you benefited from the programming. I just want to confirm your release plan as you're returning or to the community by living in a halfway house.
Bueno, aparentemente, señor, usted realmente ha tomado ventaja de estos programas que se encuentran en las instalaciones y yo felicito sus esfuerzos hacia su rehabilitación, los programas en los cuales usted ha estado en el plan de reconocimiento de ofensor realmente ha sido para su beneficio, así que me alegra escuchar de que usted se ha beneficiado de esta programación. Así que quería simplemente confirmar si en su plan de liberación, en retorno a la comunidad, sería viviendo en una casa de transición.
Eso es positivo.
That's correct.
And do you intend to work?
¿Y usted pretende trabajar?
No puedo trabajar, ¿cómo le digo? De trabajar buscaría un part-time, porque no, mis condiciones no me dejan trabajar full-time.
Not precisely working. I mean, I could look for a part-time shift because of my condition doesn't allow me to work as a full-time worker.
But I want to make sure that you are not using your free time to sell drugs to our community. So it's important that you find another hobby that's legal.
Sí, está bien, señor. Pero simplemente me quiero asegurar de que usted no esté utilizando su tiempo libre para poder vender drogas a nuestra comunidad. Así que es importante de que usted encuentre algún otro pasatiempo que sea legal.
Thank you.
También pienso recurrir a otros programas los cuales me sigan ayudando cuando me encuentre en la libre comunidad.
Actually, I think to keep attending some programs that can be beneficial or I can benefit from when I return to the community.
Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez.
I don't have any questions.
Okay, so,
Pregunta.
Mr. Medina, you said several times in your opening statement that you were going to seek forgiveness from the victims. And I can understand that with respect to your ex-wife, but how will you seek forgiveness from your community for selling poison for profit?
Bien, señor Medina, usted ha mencionado en muchas ocasiones en su declaración de apertura de que usted iba a solicitar el perdón a sus víctimas y entiendo respecto a ello hacia su ex esposa, pero ¿cómo usted estaría buscando el perdón de la comunidad por haberle vendido veneno por ganancias propias?
Demostrándole con acciones positivas y enseñándoles que no van a ver las personas que vieron o que conocieron anteriormente. No sé cómo explicar un poquito más. Pero no pienso regresar a lo que me trajo aquí, a este lugar donde me encuentro en este momento. Mis acciones van a ser muy positivas cuando yo esté en la libre comunidad. Solamente quiero y deseo demostrarle con hechos, no con palabras, con hechos, que ya yo no soy la misma persona y que no voy a volver a hacer lo que hice en un pasado. En este momento siento mucho dolor por mi familia y mis hijos. Y eso es lo más que ha afectado en todo este proceso, a los cuales no pienso volver a lastimar, incluyendo a las víctimas. Les pediré perdón y que me den la oportunidad de demostrarles a todos que yo soy una nueva persona y que sí puedo estar lejos del alcohol, las drogas, la violencia y de todo lo malo que en un pasado yo tenía. En este momento me considero que soy una nueva persona positivamente, 100%. Y
Un momento.
Señor, somos una pausa. Y solo quiero aclarar lo último que dijo, que quiere demostrar que es una persona 100% ¿qué?
que soy una persona 100% en estos momentos positiva y de buen beneficio para mí, mi familia, mis hijos y la comunidad.
Okay. Okay. By showing this with positive actions, showing them that I'm not the same person that they used to know in the past. Well, I don't know how to explain this a little better. I don't want to return to the place I'm at currently. My actions, if I'm released, are going to be totally positive when I return to the community. I want to show them not only with words, but with facts, that I'm not going to commit the same mistakes that I committed in the past. I'm aware that I caused a lot of suffering to my family and to my children, and they have suffered a lot during all of this process, and the victims also. So I will seek for forgiveness, show them that I'm a person who can live without the use of alcohol, drugs, or domestic violence, or negative things that can affect the community. I want to show them that I'm a person who is 100% positive and that can contribute in a positive way to the community.
Mr. Medina, you need a plan for how you're going to give back to make amends for all the harm that you were doing over the years selling drugs to your community. You talk about positive action. Well, you need a plan on what that action is. Where are you going to volunteer? As my colleague pointed out, you're going to have a lot of time on your hands if you're not working full time. So you need to develop relationships with agencies in the community that serve people with needs as a way of giving back.
Señor Medina, usted necesita un plan de cómo usted va a retornar estas enmiendas por todo el daño que usted ha causado a lo largo de los años vendiendo drogas. Usted habla acerca de acciones positivas, pero usted necesita un plan. ¿Cuál sería ese plan de acción? ¿Dónde usted estaría realizando voluntariado? Tal como mi colega señaló, usted va a tener bastante tiempo libre en sus manos si usted no está trabajando como tiempo completo. Así que usted necesita desarrollar relaciones con agencias en la comunidad que puedan servir a la gente con sus necesidades, a manera de pagar por lo que usted ha hecho.
Okay, we're done with the questions. We're going to discuss your case. Give us just a minute.
Bien, ya hemos terminado con las preguntas. Vamos a discutir, conversar acerca de su caso. Denos un minuto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Medina has a very limited criminal history. This is his first period of incarceration. It's only convictions. He's completed the appropriate programs and has stayed out of trouble for the last panel's recommendations. I believe that he would benefit from discretionary parole prior to starting his probation, and I would support this for his early release today.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. El señor Medina ha tenido unos antecedentes criminales bastante limitados. Esta es su primera encarcelación. Esto solo es una condena. Él ha completado los programas de forma apropiada y se ha mantenido fuera de problemas desde las últimas recomendaciones que se le brindaron. Así que creo de que él se estaría beneficiando de una libertad preparatoria discrecional previamente a comenzar su libertad condicional. Así que estaría apoyando por su liberación temprana el día de hoy.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am in agreement with discretionary parole today. He fully explained his participation program that he's taken. I agree with you that I think he should take some time to volunteer and go out into some agencies and really share his experience with other people and try to give back to the community for what he's taken, especially from what he's taken from them. but he did a nice job, talking about the program that he's taken. He took all the programs he was supposed to take. So I'm going to be supporting his discretion parole today as well.
As am I.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Sí, también estoy de acuerdo con una libertad preparatoria discrecional total, ya que se ha explicado el día de hoy totalmente su participación en el programa que él ha venido tomando. Estoy de acuerdo con usted de que él debería tomar algo de tiempo de voluntariado y ir allá afuera y conversar con algunas agencias y compartir su experiencia con otra gente y tratar de enmendar a la comunidad por lo que él está diciendo, especialmente por lo que él ha tomado por parte de ellos. Así que usted ha hecho un buen trabajo, usted sabe, hablando acerca del programa y los días que han tomado. Él ha tomado todas las cosas positivas que supuestamente debería tomar. Así que estaría apoyando esta petición del día de hoy también.
So as far as conditions, I have domestic violence programming, halfway house placement, no contact with the victim, initials AM, and mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. Did you have anything more to add?
Bien, como las condiciones tengo la programación de violencia doméstica, el posicionamiento en una casa de transición, no contacto con las víctimas iniciales, evaluación de salud mental y tratamiento, y fuese necesario. ¿Tendrían algo más que añadir?
In the matter of Eddie Medina, inmate number 271717, there is a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of December 8th, 2025, with the following conditions: behavior management for domestic violence, halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment, and no contact with victim, initials AM. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Parole is granted.
Bueno, en el caso del señor Eddie Medina, prisionero número A271717, hay una petición para poder otorgarle la libertad preparatoria el día de hoy o después del 8 de diciembre del año 2025, con las siguientes condiciones: manejo de comportamiento por medio de violencia doméstica, posicionamiento en una casa de transición, evaluación de salud mental y tratamiento, y no contacto con las víctimas iniciales. Tengo una pregunta. ¿Todos se encuentran en favor? Sí, todos estamos a favor. La libertad preparatoria ha sido otorgada.
This concludes the hearing for Eddie Medina, number 271717.
Eso concluye la audiencia para el señor Eddie Medina, número 271717.
Thank you.
Gracias.
We're done.
Quiero darle las gracias a cada uno de los oficiales que componen el panel del Parole por darme esta oportunidad, la cual voy a aprovechar al máximo, y verán que no me van a volver aquí. Muchas gracias.
Buena suerte, señor.
Yes, I want to thank each one of the members of the people who are part of this board, and I will make sure that I will take advantage of this big opportunity that you guys are giving to me.
We have an interpreter joining us today, Mr. Jose Vargas. Can you please raise your right hand?
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law your duties as an interpreter to the best of your abilities, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, December 8th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es la funcionaria de Libertad Preparatoria Dunkley. El día de hoy, 8 de diciembre del año 2025, nos encontramos en la audiencia de la Junta de Libertad Preparatoria y Libertad Condicional, de la Junta de Indultos y de Libertad Preparatoria del Estado de Connecticut. Se encuentran presentes los miembros de la Junta esta mañana, y al mencionar sus nombres en el registro, certifico de que ellos han revisado los documentos requeridos de forma estatutaria y disponibles en concordancia con la información y la preparación de esta audiencia.
Nancy Turner.
Panel Member Barry,
Panel Member Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner, el miembro del panel Berry, y el miembro del panel, el señor Rodríguez.
Also present this morning are the Office of Victim Services. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
También se encuentra presente en la mañana el funcionario de servicios a la víctima. Por favor, mencione su nombre y número de prisionero para el registro.
Juan Carlos González, número 394349.
Juan Carlos González, my number is 394939.
Nope,
No,
394349. Go ahead.
No, es 394349.
This
Yes.
hearing is
394349.
This hearing is being
39.
conducted in consideration of the parole application for Juan Carlos Gonzalez, inmate number 394349. He is serving a total effective sentence of 37 years, execution suspended after 17 years to serve, followed by 35 years of probation for sexual assault of a spouse, assault second with a weapon without discharge, 2 counts of violation of protective order. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 7, 2025. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs: domestic violence, voices, emotional regulation, coping skills, Start Now, PSB short track, and co-occurring disorders program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range. Mr. Juan Carlos Gonzalez, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Bien, esta es una audiencia en base a la solicitud del señor Juan González, número de prisionero 394-349. Él está cumpliendo una sentencia total efectiva de 37 años de ejecución, al haber pasado después de 17 años de cumplimiento, seguido de 35 años de libertad condicional por ataque sexual de su esposa. El segundo ataque fue con un arma que fue sin los descargos de los delitos de violación y de orden de protección. Al día de hoy se refleja que la fecha de la elegibilidad para la libertad de preparatoria 7 de octubre del año 2025. Hay una declaración por parte de la víctima en ese caso de que tiene conocimiento el ofensor como plan de ofensor y ha sido revisado y muestra que el ofensor ha cumplido los siguientes programas: violencia doméstica, voices, regulaciones emocionales, habilidades para lidiar, el PSB de seguimiento corto, programas de disturbios coocurrentes, utilizando el sistema de evaluación de riesgo de ofensores colaborativo por parte del gobierno hacia los ofensores. La puntuación en líneas generales del ofensor se encuentra en el rango bajo de riesgo para reincidencia, utilizando la estadística 99 de la puntuación en general de ofensores por ofensas sexuales. La reincidencia recae dentro del rango bajo. El señor Juan Carlos González, esta es su oportunidad para poder expresar a la Junta por qué usted considera de que se le debería otorgar la libertad preparatoria. Ya puede comenzar.
Primero que todo, buenos días. Yo creo que hasta ahora, dentro de todo, he hecho las cosas bien. He asistido a todos los programas requeridos por la Corte. Mi comportamiento disciplinario creo que ha sido no del todo mal. He cometido errores al principio de mi sentencia, como todo prisionero, por lo mismo del estrés o la cantidad de años que me sentenciaron. Pero creo que fue hace muchos años.
Un momento.
First of all, I would like to say good morning to everybody. I believe that till the moment I have been doing well. I've been attending all the programs. My disciplinary conduct hasn't been that bad. Well, I know that I committed some mistakes at the beginning of my sentence, as the most of the prisoners, because of the stress and because of the quantity of years that I was sentenced.
Continue.
Quisiera manifestar que quiero rehacer mi vida en sociedad y estoy dispuesto a... tengo conocimiento de que si tengo una libertad condicional, tengo que seguir todavía un proceso de auditoría o un proceso bajo la custodia del sistema todavía y estoy dispuesto a seguir todas las indicaciones y los pasos y el procedimiento que siga a partir de ahora.
Yes, I would like to manifest that I would like to remake my life in society. I am willing to, well, I acknowledge that there is a parole process, that there is going to be monitoring process, but I'm willing to follow all the steps and the processes that I'm supposed to comply with, starting from today.
So, Mr. Gonzalez, why are you in prison?
Señor González, ¿por qué usted se encuentra en prisión?
supuestamente por haber atacado a la madre de mis hijos. Cometí errores. Creo que mi peor error fue tratar de pelear tratar de luchar contra el sistema buscando algo que nunca encontré. El sistema ofreció en su primera oferta 30 meses y yo rechacé esa propuesta, esa oferta, y me fue a un juicio en el cual nunca había estado en esta situación, no sabía nada del sistema, básicamente no sabía nada del sistema americano, como se... Traté de buscar mi inocencia que nunca conseguí. Hoy entiendo que el sistema es diferente, el sistema, tú puedes gritar, puedes hacer lo que tú quieras, no te van a escuchar, mucho menos si tú no tienes los recursos para poder seguir un proceso judicial adecuado o una defensa adecuada. Hoy me arrepiento de...
Okay, hold on. Let the interpreter help us.
Supposedly because I assaulted the mother of my children, well, I know that I committed too many mistakes. And the worst mistake that I committed was trying to fight with the system, looking for something that I wasn't able to obtain. Because at the beginning, they offered me 30 months, and I rejected that offer. Then I went to a trial, and I was never in a situation like that before. I wasn't aware of how the American system works, and I tried to fight for something that I never got at the end, because the system is different here. Well, actually, they won't help you here, especially if you don't have the proper resources or the proper defense.
So, Mr. Gonzalez, you continue, despite all the programming that you've participated in, to deny that you're guilty of the crimes that you were found guilty of at trial. Is that correct?
Señor González, usted continúa a pesar de toda la programación en la cual usted ha participado, que niega ser culpable de los delitos en los cuales usted se le encontró culpable en el juicio. ¿Es esto correcto?
Asistí a todos los programas que el juez o la corte me asignó.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Para llegar
Mr. Gonzalez.
Señor González.
That was a yes or no question. I'd like a yes or no answer.
Es correcto.
Es una pregunta de sí o no, así que necesito una respuesta de sí o no.
Es correcto.
All right.
Yes, that's correct. De acuerdo.
So you have a standing criminal protective order against you until the year 2073, and you are to appear on the state's sex offender registry for the rest of your life. Are you aware of both of these restrictions?
Bien, señor, usted tiene una orden de protección delictiva que es efectiva en contra de usted hasta el año 2073 y que usted va a comparecer o aparecer en el gobierno dentro de los registros de ofensores sexuales por el resto de su vida. ¿Usted tiene conocimiento de estas restricciones, de ambas restricciones?
Es correcto, tengo conocimiento.
That's correct. I'm aware of that.
Great. Mr. Rodriguez, any questions for Mr. Gonzalez?
Señor Rodríguez, ¿alguna pregunta para el señor González?
You know, I think it is kind of difficult. I'm not even understanding why you took the programs if you felt you were innocent of all this. I don't even understand why you took the programs at this point. Why would this woman accuse you of this? What would be the purpose of accusing you of something like this? I don't understand that.
Bueno, en realidad esto es un poco difícil. Me refiero a que no entiendo por qué usted tomaría programas si usted siente de que, bueno, usted sabe que usted es inocente de todo esto. No entiendo por qué usted habría tomado esos programas a estas alturas y por qué esta mujer lo estaría acusando de esto. ¿Con qué propósito lo haría? ¿Acusarle usted de algo como esto? No entiendo ello.
Ok, seré breve. Tomé todos los programas debido a que, para llegar a este punto, si no hubiera tomado los programas, no hubiera llegado a este punto, no estaría sentado acá. Lo tengo bien claro. Lo otro es, mi caso es bien complejo. En el momento de las acusaciones que esta mujer me hizo, ella ligaba un proceso judicial en la misma corte donde supuestamente antes de mi arresto, por haber dejado a mis hijos dentro del carro, del auto.
Let him know that I read all that already. I know about the DCF case and all that.
All right.
Well, I took all of this programming. Excuse me. I took all of this programming to reach this point because I am aware that if I wouldn't have taken this programming, I wouldn't be here in front of you guys at this moment. But my case is really complex. Well, at the moment that I was receiving these accusations,
I don't really have a
Gentleman for Bear, any questions for Mr.
Thank you. Why do you think your family is so afraid of you?
señor González, ¿por qué cree que su familia está tan asustada de usted?
Eso es lo que no acabo de entender nunca en todos estos años. No puedo entender eso. Yo no puedo entender eso porque es algo que no lo hice, no pasó. Todo esto es porque ella quiso tener... es complicado. Ella me amenazó a mí de que ella quería tener sus documentos.
Okay.
Quería... Bueno, ok.
Well, I can understand that because actually I didn't do that. It never happened. It is really complicated. And this is because she wanted that.
So we're not going to blame the victim. My question was very specific. It was about you and what you possibly could have done to make your family so afraid of you. And if you don't know, it's okay to say, I don't know.
I don't know.
Bien, señor González, nosotros no vamos a culpar a la víctima. Mi pregunta fue bastante específica y era acerca de usted. Así que, ¿qué es lo que posiblemente habría hecho usted para hacer de que su familia tenga tanto temor de usted? Si usted no lo sabe, está bien que diga, no lo sé.
En realidad no lo sé.
Honestly, I don't know.
Thank you.
Gracias.
We're going to turn the hearing over at this time to the Office of Victim Services. We ask Mr. Gonzalez that you not speak at this time.
Bien, vamos a crear la audiencia en ese momento al funcionario de servicios a la víctima, Así que, señor González, le vamos a solicitar de que no hable en este momento.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, panel. I do have a statement from the victim, and I will also be calling the daughter of the victim so that she can present her statement as well. I sent the victim's statement in Spanish to the interpreter. Did you want him to read that one first and then me read this one in English, or the other way around?
Sure. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, interpreter?
Yes, I have a statement here. Are you talking about this 3 pages statement? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Why does,
She was asking about the order between the statement and the daughter and
Yeah.
not whether we get it first before him. We have 2 input from 2.
Right.
So she was asking which one we wanted to hear first.
okay.
So Ms. Hamlet Williams?
Yes, you said you would like the interpreter to go first? To read
I'm
it
sorry.
in Spanish? You wanted the interpreter to read the version in Spanish first, or me read it?
I misunderstood you.
I'm sorry.
No, we'd like it in English first.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Hello?
so can I start now?
No, hold on, please. Go ahead, Ms.
Okay.
Williams.
Thank you. Hello, Board of Parole panel. I am writing this letter as the victim of the aggressor. I beg you not to grant him parole. All the humiliations, beatings, contempt, threats, the whippings, or when he choked me while I slept. He tied me to the bed while I was asleep, and then I suffered his abuse. He covered my head with a pillowcase, and when he cut me inside my vagina with the baseball bat, he took pictures of me suffering. Cynically, he told me he was paid to show the photos and laughed cynically. He enjoyed seeing me cry. When I met him in Argentina, he was a sweet, romantic, and jealous man. It was all an act. He brought me to this country under false pretense. He said it was for a visit and that his family would be waiting for us. It was all a lie. Nobody knew anything. When he was imprisoned, his family told me that he had sexually abused his firstborn son, and his father saw him and beat him, which is why he fled from Peru to Argentina. He fled again from Argentina to the US because he was one of the suspects in the murder of his boss at the nursing home. At that time, I was very naive and believed everything he told me. That was innocent, that he was innocent. I miss seeing my Argentinian son grow up. When my daughter was born, his father was traveling to meet his granddaughter, and he died during a layover trying to get here because he got sick. It scared me to see Juan's happiness because his father died. Another time, his aunt called for help because her uncle was locked in the bathroom and that he had claustrophobia and was diabetic. Juan laughed, and instead of leaving quickly, he took more than an hour deliberately showering and getting ready, saying, "I hope he dies." Then he cynically said it was a joke. Elsewhere, his uncle died of a stroke, and Juan was very happy. His uncle was a very good person. He gave me cookbooks, told Juan to treat me well, and challenged him because he insulted me, and Juan didn't like being told things. Juan also said he hated his children and he mistreated them and yelled at them for no reason. My children had to play at home without making noise. Inside the house, he was an aggressive person. but in front of the neighbors, he was the complete opposite. When Juan found out I was going to leave him, he put me and my eldest daughter in the car and accelerated without stopping at red lights, saying, quote, "You're going to leave me?" And he kept accelerating while we cried and said, "Stop, we're not going, stop." He beat me while I was pregnant, and I lost 2 pregnancies in a row. After a few years, I got pregnant again, and he continued to beat me. The clinic had already received a report that he beat me and that I had bruises. I always prayed to God to watch over us and protect us. I believe that God always has a purpose and that he put me on this earth so that this person will be imprisoned for all his evil deeds and crimes. I cried so much living with Juan that my eyes are now dry. He spent a lot of money on alcohol with his friends, forced me to drink a lot with his yelling, and sometimes he would put pills in my throat with his hand and force me to swallow them. There were mornings when I would wake up with pain all over my body and bleeding internally. He would put a glass of water that tasted bad on the nightstand and force me to drink it. With him, I had no life of my own, and I couldn't make any decisions. I couldn't go to the store and buy something I liked. I was never able to use a single dollar of what I earned working. I couldn't leave the house without his permission. He kept a close eye on me. My left leg still hurts because he kicked me so many times, and it was so badly injured that I couldn't walk. I'm a fighter, a mom. I learned to untangle myself, to drive a car, to treat myself to things I like for my children. My children and I went to Disney World, Boston, and New York on different occasions. My children attended Sunday school and received certificates. They visited many museums, parks, zoos, and aquariums. My children never lacked for food or clothing. They are intelligent, and I am blessed to have my oldest son in this beautiful country. He had ordered me to go to his work at a certain time and wouldn't tell me why. He just said not to ask. When I was going to her work, her cousin was with me and accompanied me for the second time. Juan had loosened the steering wheel of the car, and we both started screaming in panic in the middle of the highway. We were alive by a miracle. When I was pregnant with my eldest daughter, he crashed the car while drunk. I, his cousin, and his cousin's partner were inside. The ambulance came and said not to tell them, and he said not to tell them I was pregnant. I told his cousin to tell them I was pregnant, and she didn't want to because she was afraid of Juan. When I had a cardiac arrest in 2012 at the hospital, the doctors put me in the ambulance to go to the emergency room. He stood in front of the ambulance so they wouldn't take me. Now, every time I hear the ambulance siren, flashbacks come to me as I try to hold back those memories. He's crashed his car before. He's been in fistfights with his family and friends. One day, Juan came to my work because his cousin told him I had a coworker who looked just like him and was Peruvian. Juan went and stood watching him. Then a month later, my coworker was murdered. They tied him up in his house and set him on fire. Juan used to go out with some of the coworkers to parties, and they told me to watch out for him. That's another reason why I find it hard to work with the public. I'm always afraid he might hurt one of his friends. It's a horrible feeling. Afraid of having a male friend because something bad could happen to him. He told me on several occasions that he was worse than the devil and that you don't mess with him, that he is powerful. Juan told me that they drugged and abused girls at parties. One of my coworkers told me the same thing and that they abused a minor. I gave him a picture of Juan so he could identify him and show it to the police, but the girl was afraid and didn't want to leave the house. This is just a small part of what he did to me. With this information, I ask that you please not let him out. He is a danger to me, my children, and the community. Thank you for your time and for reading my words.
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I just interject for a second? It appears that Mr. Gonzalez understood all the stuff in that letter by his facial expressions and his nodding of his head and or words. I mean, I say that because we're going to have the interpreter read the letter that I'm sure he understands.
Well, and
Excuse me, I don't need the interpreter. I understand everything what you read in that letter.
Thank you. That's great.
okay, well, thank you. Ms. Hamlet-Williams?
Thank you. And now I will call the daughter of the victim. One moment. Panel? One moment. Panel, can you hear us?
Yes. Officer Dunkler, are you in communication? Ms. Hamlet Williams?
Hold on.
I can hear you, but there was an echo for now.
They can hear you. Because
You may begin. Can you start from the beginning? It's oh, so you have another device on? Because we're getting the feedback. For some reason, we're still getting the feedback. Can you turn the other device off? Can hear you. That's better.
I should go here. Could not.
I think because you have the line, she had the line. Exactly. We're getting that feedback. Here. Yeah. So you have to either mute the line, Stephen. Okay, so what I'm going to do is disconnect for 1 second, okay? I'm going to hang up and call you right back.
Connected in 2 spots. Like the echo, I was like, okay, wait a minute.
Caller from this phone?
You'll be interpreted on that phone.
Yeah.
Thank you. You may begin.
Hello, Board of Parole's panel. I'm writing this as the daughter of the victim and as a victim myself. I am against the offender being granted parole. Despite him being incarcerated these past couple of years, he has still managed to leave an impression to this day. Not as a loving father, since he had always refused to act like one, but as the abuser that he is. As the eldest daughter, I was unfortunate enough to have wasted more than half of my childhood living in fear for my life. I had to bear witness to how he abused my mother for years and be absolutely helpless to help. As far as I can remember, he had always been physically and emotionally abusive to me and my family. Instead of "I love you," he would always tell me how much he hated us or how he wanted to kill us. He was a manipulator and a serial liar, and he would charismatically pretend that he was a great father to the public, but turned into a complete monster behind closed doors. I've experienced night terrors since I was a child. So young that I would scare my classmates in preschool during nap times because of how much I would scream and cry in my sleep, which caused a lot of isolation among my peers. He somehow knew how to turn mundane activities into terrorizing opportunities. I can still remember how he used to hold my head underwater for long periods of time, multiple times during bath time as he left. On a daily basis, he would not only abuse my mother, but he would physically and emotionally abuse me. His favorite routine was to beat me with a belt, hit me, lift me in the air by my hair, or drag me around while he screams in my face. He had also put us in numerous situations where our lives were at risk. It is impossible to write all the traumatic experience he's caused us into a short letter. My mother, my 2 younger siblings, and I have been diagnosed with PTSD, anxiety, and depression. We also have separate personal diagnoses individually, but for the purpose of this letter, I will only disclose mine. On top of those symptoms, I've also struggled with suicidal ideation and self-harm. Out of everyone in my family, I've been in therapy the longest, between 2012 to present, and I've been in numerous therapy clinics, including partial hospitalization program, an intensive outpatient program, and therapy sessions on a regular basis. I've come a long way, but I knew that I would never forget all the damage he has caused me and my family. During my adolescence, my mental health started to deteriorate more and more to the point where my anxiety and depression made it impossible for me to leave the house. I struggled with my school attendance, and my grades went from straight A's to F's. I was too focused on trying to get by each day with my flashbacks and panic attacks. I needed to enroll in a therapeutic day school for the last 3 years of high school to receive the help I needed. When I graduated and started college, I continued to struggle with my mental health. Growing up with my father, he would always beat me if I ever had a grade less than an A and would tell me how worthless I was or how I shouldn't exist. No matter how much therapy I've done, I still haven't been able to shake off the high expectations and the fear of getting a grade any less than that. Whenever the pressure of academics starts to get to me, I get panic attacks and suicidal thoughts. Whenever I make a mistake or feel like a failure, I remember how he used to hurt me, and sometimes I feel the need for someone to hurt me again. It's like he's conditioned me to expect punishment for not being perfect. After my first year of college, I had to admit myself into partial hospitalization program and take a break from school. I've been in and out of school since then, and it's still something I'm trying to get through. Even though my siblings were young when he was removed from the home, they are still affected by the aftermath of what he left behind. We needed to live at a women's shelter after he was arrested because he was able to convince someone to leave a note on his behalf to our house from jail. He also had full control of my mother's finances, so we almost had nothing to work with after his arrest. My siblings and I had to abruptly leave our school and move around to various schools in Connecticut for the next few years. As of now, my siblings are both in therapeutic high schools and receiving therapeutic services. It took a long time for all of us to regain normalcy and live our lives. He has always threatened to kill me and my family. He would abuse us so much that I genuinely believe that there might be a day where he would go too far. When I was a kid, there would be days where I wish he would kill me just to end the pain. He told us that if we ever told anybody of what he had done to us, that he would kill us. I fear that when he finishes his sentences, he will try to complete his promise. Considering that he was not afraid to make contact from jail, even with the protection order against him, I don't think it would be enough to stop him. Nonetheless, after all the harm he has caused, I believe it is justified for him to finish his sentences completely. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please continue.
So at this point, we're going to discuss your case, Mr. Gonzalez. Please give us just a few minutes.
En este momento vamos a conversar acerca de su caso, señor González, así que por favor denos unos cuantos minutos.
So Mr. Gonzalez has been convicted of very serious offenses involving extreme acts of violence. He has completed a number of programs. I'm not sure how those were conducted given the language barrier. And he scored good to fair in the evaluations that we have to review.
Bien, señor González, usted ha sido condenado de ofensas bastante serias que involucran actos de extrema violencia y ha completado numerosos programas, así que no estoy totalmente seguro cómo habrán sido conducidos estos programas debido a la barrera de lenguaje. Y usted ha tenido una puntuación de buena a justa en las evaluaciones que nosotros tenemos que revisar.
One of the measurements that we look at to have some confidence that those who come before us seeking parole will not reoffend is change in their understanding of their crimes, why they committed them, and developing coping skills such that they can go out into the community with supervision and not reoffend. Mr. Gonzalez, despite being convicted at trial and serving a lengthy sentence and completing some programs, has not accepted any responsibility for the crimes for which he was convicted. That is concerning to me. We heard significant level of detail from the victim, both victims, I'll say, in his case, and his affect throughout was head shaking, disagreement with what he was hearing. I do not find Mr. Gonzalez suitable for early release to discretionary parole. He does have 35 years of probation and lifetime on the sex offender registry ahead of him. Mr. Rodriguez.
Bueno, una de las mediciones que nosotros buscamos es tener una confianza de que aquellos que han venido frente a nosotros buscando la libertad privatoria no van a cometer ofensas nuevamente, que haya un cambio, que haya un cambio en el entendimiento de sus delitos, por qué los cometieron, y desarrollar habilidades para lidiar con ese tipo de situaciones, para que de esa forma puedan regresar a la comunidad con supervisión y no cometer delitos nuevamente. El señor González, a pesar de haber sido condenado en un juicio y haber cumplido una sentencia larga, él no está aceptando la responsabilidad por sus delitos por los cuales él ha sido condenado. Y eso es algo que me preocupa en base a lo que hemos oído, porque el nivel significativo de detalles por parte de la víctima, de ambas víctimas, yo diría que en ese caso y en sus afecciones a lo largo de esta, nosotros vemos que él venía la cabeza en desacuerdo con lo que estaba escuchando. Así que no encuentro al señor González elegible para una liberación temprana discrecional de libertad preparatoria. Él tiene 35 años de libertad condicional y una condena de vida como ofensor sexual registrado por delante de él. Señor Rodríguez.
Thank you. Gracias, señor. Thank you, Madam Chair. I too do not find Mr. Gonzalez for discretionary parole today. You say he took the programs, but he only took them to prepare for today. There was no even comment for, there's no comment for change. It was really just to kind of prepare for this day, which is his words. I took him to prepare for this day. And that kind of took me off already. I kind of felt he wasn't really taking the program seriously. And I think the evaluation showed that as well to some degree. I thought the victim statements were very impressionable and very tragic. I wish them all the best, but I'm not going to be supporting his discretionary parole today. I just don't see any offender change at this particular point in time. And his acceptance, not even acceptance of any kind of responsibility at all. I'm just not there.
Councilmember Barrett. Okay.
Bueno, señor Rodríguez, muchas gracias. Bueno, no encuentro al señor González. Bueno, después de la conversación que hemos tenido en la Junta de la Libertad Preparatoria el día de hoy, bueno, él ha asistido a estos programas, pero veo que solo lo ha hecho para poder prepararse para el día de hoy. Esto no ha sido comentado incluso en la lista, así que no hay un sentido común para el cambio es solo que se ha preparado para esta fecha. Es lo que he dicho con sus propias palabras, pero lo ha preparado él para esta fecha, pero eso es algo que me levanta el pensamiento. Yo pienso de que en realidad es un poco gracioso de que realmente haya tomado ese programa de forma seria. Y creo que la evaluación muestra de que también en cierto grado, bueno, pienso de que, bueno, las declaraciones de las víctimas fueron bastantes impresionantes y bastantes trágicas. Así que yo les deseo a todos ellos lo mejor, pero no voy a apoyar la libertad preparatoria discrecional el día de hoy, ya que no veo ningún cambio en el ofensor en este punto en particular del tiempo y su valor de aceptación o la aceptación de cualquier responsabilidad en general. Así que, bueno, esto no está presente. Así que, bueno, la siguiente miembro del panel, señorita Berry.
Okay, I have nature and circumstance, injury and impact, inadequate evidence of offender change, and inadequate release plan. Is that?
Bueno, considerando la naturaleza y circunstancias, las lesiones y los impactos y la evidencia o pruebas inadecuadas por parte del ofensor o un cambio, sería inadecuado un plan de liberación. Así que sí, eso funciona para mí.
In the matter of Juan Gonzalez, inmate number 394349, there is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: the nature and circumstances of your offenses, the injury and impact caused to the victims and the victim's family, your inadequate evidence of offender change, as well as an inadequate release plan. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Parole is denied.
Bueno, en el caso del señor Juan González, prisionero número 394-349, hay una petición para poder negar la libertad preparatoria por los siguientes motivos: la naturaleza de las circunstancias de sus delitos, la lesión y el impacto causado hacia las víctimas y hacia la familia de las víctimas, su evidencia inadecuada de cambio en su comportamiento delictivo, así como también un plan de liberación inadecuado. Tengo una secundamiento de todos están a favor. Sí. La moción está siendo aceptada, la petición está siendo aceptada, la libertad preparatoria está siendo negada.
This concludes the hearing for Juan Carlos Gonzalez, inmate number 394349.
Esto concluye la audiencia para el señor Juan Carlos González, prisionero número 394-349.
You're all set, sir.
Ya está terminado todo, señor.
Gracias.
Mr. Soto will be right with you, okay?
You want to ask him if you
Do you need an
Okay.
interpreter, Mr. Soto?
No, I'm to understand English. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do this.
It is.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, December 8th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner,
Panel Member Barry.
Panel Member Rodriguez.
Also present this morning is the Office of Victim Services. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jose Soto, 312331.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jose Soto, inmate number 312331. He is serving a total effective sentence of 5 years flat for burglary first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of April 24, 2026. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the Voices program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Soto, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Excuse me, say that again?
Tell us why you think you deserve parole, sir.
Because I got why I think I deserve parole,
yes, sir.
because I'm gonna do the right thing, and I want to fix all the mistakes that I did in my life, and I got a lot of health condition too, and
You have a what?
health condition. Yeah, it's like a health condition, like a heart problem,
Okay.
breathing problem, and really I wanna fix all the mistakes that I did. Like I wanna do better for my life and for other people.
I understand that. So what's going to happen here this morning is we're going to take turns asking questions of you, and then we will discuss your case after hearing from the Office of Victim Services. We'll make our decision after that. Are you ready to proceed?
Yeah,
We're going to begin with Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Soto, just a couple of clarification questions. So, you were drinking at the time of this offense and you were homeless?
yes,
And it seems to me and it appears to me that drinking is a major problem for you.
that's the biggest problem that I to have here.
Yeah, that you used to have? Or
Yeah,
you still
because
have?
I'm not drinking no more, but
Well, you're there. You shouldn't be drinking anymore. You're there. You're in the facility. You shouldn't be drinking anymore, right?
No, yeah, but if they let me go, if they let me go, I should like to have a program outside, a drug
Yeah, but
program.
on your OAP, you're required to do a program there.
Like here?
You have addiction services on your OAP.
Oh, they never.
That's a tier program.
They never called me for anything like that. The counselor only told me that I gotta do voices. They never called me for anything like that.
It's there, right? It's on your OAP.
Oh, really? Oh, I don't
Yeah, and personally, I would like, considering you're score of 4 on your drug score, I would like to see you take a program.
Okay.
You know, I'm not comfortable at this point with you not having taken a program because it seems to be that's been a major problem for you.
Oh, me personally, I don't know that I had to do that program. I know I did voices, but the counselor really told me that. I mean, if you told me that I had to do it, I mean that. You're
Mr.
right,
Soto, I'm
Yeah.
looking at your signed OAP. You dated it 4/4/2024, and the first thing on it is an addiction services referral.
Right.
Yep.
So you go ahead.
This is my first time doing time in Connecticut, so I
I thought that if I gotta do a program, they're gonna call me for the program, they're gonna put me in the program.
Listen, I'm happy that you've taken voices. I think it was important for you to take voice because you have a victim in this case. And hopefully, you can share a very little bit about what you learned in voices. But for me, your issue with alcohol is very serious.
Yeah, it is.
And I want to make sure that you get some treatment for it before you come out, and at least try to get yourself set up so that when you come out, you have some support available to you because you don't have a lot of supports.
Outside?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have support outside right now. I got my 9 children.
What happened if you ended up being homeless?
Because when I was doing time in New York before, so they never approved my daughter's address, so they sent me to the shelter. So I was homeless. So when I came to Connecticut for like 2 weeks, I was homeless too. So but right now I speak to all my 9 kids. I speak to my girlfriend.
Your supervision didn't allow you to contact your sister? Is that what you said? Your sister, your girlfriend, or your sister in Pennsylvania?
My girlfriend, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's where you wanted to go, but they didn't let you go. You said?
No. That was in New York. I wanted to go to my daughter's house.
Oh, your daughter's house. Okay.
Like she got kind of housing, so they never let me. They never approved me the address. So they sent me to a shelter
instead.
Yes, there is. But right now,
I think you hear my concern. I'm glad that you took voices. I think it was important for you to take because there was a victim of this, which we're going to hear from pretty soon. But I am concerned that you haven't taken an addiction services program, and I'd like to see that happen at this point. So I'm going to pass it on to my colleagues.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
And good luck to you, Mr. Soto.
Thank you, sir.
Panel Member Barry.
Thank you. So, Mr. Soto, you did take the Voices program. Tell me how you think your crimes affected your victims.
Say that again one more time, please. I'm sorry.
Took Voices, and that's a victim impact program, right? It talks about the impact your crimes have on victims. Is that right?
Okay. Yeah.
Tell me how you believe your crime has affected the victim involved in your case.
How the victim got affected?
Yeah.
Yeah. She got affected real bad because I was not supposed to do what I did. And I don't know how to explain myself really.
Just imagine one of your 9 children are sleeping in their bed and they're waking up by a complete total stranger who thinks their house, because there's garbage in it, is abandoned. And how do you think waking up to a stranger in your home impacts people?
I wouldn't feel scared, I wouldn't feel afraid, and I wouldn't feel real bad.
Right. You don't know if the person is there to kill you, rape you, especially a woman, and you're a man. You're not a small man either.
You're right.
I mean, you have to understand that this crime is extremely serious, sir.
I understand.
And why weren't you working? Okay, I saw that you haven't worked in 30 years. Why?
How long were 30 years?
Yes. Why haven't you been working for 30 years?
No, I had a job 2000.
I know he was incarcerated.
Right. He last worked in his 30s.
Oh, so I misinterpreted.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it said he didn't work in 30 years.
Oh, no.
Like, how can a grown person not work in 30 years?
No, yeah.
Okay, I misunderstood. Okay, and so what were you going to do with the things that you took from the house?
What I was going to do?
Yes.
The first thing when I went inside the house, in my mind, I don't know that somebody lived there because like I said
That's not,
before,
so Mr. Soto, I want to know what were you going to, what did you do? I guess this is a better question. What did you do with the items you took from the home?
I used it. It was really close that I took. It was like jackets, things like that. That's the only thing that I took. I don't took nothing else. I don't took no money. I only took like few jackets.
So what did you think was going to happen to you by going into someone's home and taking things that did not belong to you?
I was gonna go to jail.
Right. So is that where you want to be?
Huh?
Is that where you would like to be?
No. I was
So
not.
why do you keep committing crimes, sir?
My alcohol problem. Problem. I never did any kind of crime sober in my whole life.
So that's why my colleague said that you're participating in an addiction service program, whether it's on your OAP or not. If you want to avoid coming back to prison, you need to address your substance abuse problem. That shouldn't be because we want you to do it. It should be because you want to do it. You realize that you need it.
Yeah, I really did it.
Yeah. So here's where I am, Mr. Soto. You know, you have 9 disciplinary infractions this period of incarceration. You haven't taken appropriate program. It doesn't sound like you really have taken the time to reflect on your actions and the impact that your actions have had on everyone involved. Crimes like yours have, I'm not going to call it a domino effect, but it impacts us all because now we have to pay for alarms for our house. Yeah, cameras. Our insurance perhaps could go up because now you are considered a liability for no fault of your own. Like there's so many layers to crimes like this. Not to mention the mental part of it, you know? So I know that, you know, this is your only crime in Connecticut and that, you know, you have a history in another state, but your crime itself, along with the nature of your disciplinary infractions, your threats, the assault on DOC, having a shank in your possession, not following orders, all those things are concerning for people like myself who have to make these decisions in light of public safety.
I could explain all that right now. Like the assault on DOC, it was because I was stressing because they had me in the room, like no, it was not air coming out, and I got anxiety and I was stressing, so I hung up myself. I tried to kill myself. I hung up myself. So when they took me out of there, they put me in the stretcher and they sprayed me. So I never hit the DOC. What I do, I move my leg and I hit it with my leg. But it was not really on purpose, so that's my assault on DOC. It was not physically, it was not that I hit it with my hands or that I got intention to do it.
Were you being combative?
Huh?
Were you being combative when they sprayed you and put you on the stretcher? Were you flailing your arms, your legs, and all that stuff? Yes or no? That's a yes or no.
Yeah.
Okay, so then guess what? What do you think is going to happen if you're flailing your arms and kicking your legs? What do you think? Nobody's going to get hurt? Nobody's going to get hit? So, I mean, you have to think about things logically, Mr. Soto. I'm all set with my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. And I want to put a few facts on the record. This same home was burglarized 3 times. And what you made off with was 1 women's jacket, an iPhone, sunglasses, a watch, an iPad, and a wallet that had $50 in cash. So you sitting here telling us all you took was clothing is in fact false.
That's the only two that I thought was close. I was not by myself, so it was somebody else in there.
There's no need for you to say anything.
Okay, no,
I'm
yeah,
putting the facts out there of what you stole. And it's extremely disappointing, Mr. Soto, that your one program, Voices, that focused on the impact of your crimes on the victims, that you didn't come in here prepared to offer an apology. I know you pled under the Alford Doctrine, so there's some issues you contested in your case, but this victim deserved an apology from you. At this time, we'll turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services. Please don't speak, Mr. Soto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a statement from the victim. Since the break-ins, I live my life with my alarm on at all times. I still have more fear, listening for noises than before. This has contributed to a significantly higher homeowner's premium. Unless he receives counseling, Mr. Soto's prior criminal record makes me fear that he will repeat his prior criminal behavior when released. I thank the board for allowing me to make my statement. Respectfully, victim.
We appreciate that so much. All right, at this point, we're going to discuss your case, Mr. Soto. Please don't interrupt. Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I will not be supporting Mr. Soto's discretionary parole today. He did take the Voices program and it's good, but I don't think he really got from it what we need to kind of hear from him today. Also, by his own admission, alcohol problem is very severe, and he does have an addiction services program with OAP that he's not taken at all. And I would not be comfortable at all releasing today without him having taken some sort of addiction services program while he's there. So my only question would be, he's got a flat sentence. My only question would be, does it make sense to bring him back? If you can take a program, bring him back. But I'm not there.
He's done in September.
I know.
Yeah. And I would add to what you said when he was interviewed by the parole officer regarding the Voices program. He said, I never did what Voices talked about. I did the program because of my charges, but I'm not a violent person. I'm sure the homeowner
Doesn't feel like
waking up to a stranger in her house or waking up the morning after finding someone had been in her house wouldn't take any comfort in that. Ms. Berry?
Thank you. I think that I explained to Mr. Soto what my concern were. The nature of his crime coupled with the disciplinary and the lack of program participation really does not put him in a
Good position.
Okay. I don't have enough experience with being treated.
All right, so in the matter of Jose Soto, inmate number 312331, there is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: the nature and circumstances of your offense, your inadequate program participation, and your poor institutional adjustment. Do I have a second?
Second.
Madam Chair,
Do you want to add inadequate evidence of offender change?
do you want to add the injury and impact to the victim?
We certainly can. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Parole is denied.
This concludes the hearing for Jose Soto and Mike 12331. You're all set, Mr. Soto. Do you understand what happened?
Oh, yeah, so I don't have to come to parole no more. I have to do my whole time, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
All right.
Bye-bye then.
Morning.
Good morning, can I have your name, please?
Good morning.
What is your name?
No.
Craig Hart.
Thank you. Hold on 1 second. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, December 8th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Panel Member Barry, good morning.
Sergio Rodriguez.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Craig Hart, 205-160.
This is to be here conducted in consideration of the pro application for Craig Hart, 205160. He is serving a total effective sentence of 30 months jail flat for violation of probation with underlying attempt to burglary third, 2 counts of larceny 6. As of today, record reflect the parole eligibility date of October 21, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Since his last hearing, he has completed the Tier 2 program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Hart, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you. I believe that if I was granted parole early release, I believe that's when my part of my sentence starts for me to get the help that I really deserve and that I want and that I need. What I mean by that is I've been in prison 29 years, all of my life, and no violence, just for stealing. I had a crack cocaine problem. I've addressed that, and I'm institutionalized for the most part. And when I get out, I have a lot of catching up to do. I don't even know how to use a cell phone. That's what I mean when I say the help that I need will begin when I get out. I need a lot of guidance, and I believe a halfway house would help me with the guidance. If I was to be discharged, I have nowhere to go. My father recently died, and I'm 55 years old. I have a lot of health issues. Last week and the week before, I had to take an ambulance 2 different days.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there, Mr. Hart. This is a live stream hearing and you have a right to your privacy, but you're getting off track. We're asking you why do you believe you deserve parole, not why you want it.
Okay.
But why do you deserve it?
I probably don't deserve it because I've reoffended several times, but on the other side of that, I've completed the programs I was asked to do. I don't get in trouble. I stay to myself. I believe that I'm ready because I'm older now and I'm making better choices, and I believe I've changed the way I think. I made a lot of mistakes and bad choices.
Okay. Your mistakes were crimes.
Yes.
So what we're going to do, you've been through this before, is ask you some questions and then discuss your case. We're going to begin with my colleague, panel member Barry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Hart, do you remember me?
Briefly.
I was on your panel 10 years ago, exactly. 10 years ago, I was on your panel. And I granted you parole when you committed the larceny 1. And let me tell you what you did. You went out, you were granted parole, and you had 6 drug admissions, 3 parole violation reports, 12 misconducts. You weren't compliant when you were out there in the community. Then they released you onto probation in 2023, and you refused housing, you failed to report, and immediately in February of 2024, you start testing dirty for drugs. How many times do you need to get help? before you finally take the help that you've been given.
I agree. I have no excuse for what I've, my mistakes. I agree with you 100%. But all I can tell you is that I believe I changed my thinking because I have some serious health issues going on, and I recently lost my father, and I look at life in a different way now.
Well, I'm sorry to hear about your father, and I'm glad that you've changed, Mr. Hart, because it's time. And you should have health issues. In your opening statement, I heard you say you had an addiction to crack cocaine.
Yes, I still do.
Exactly. So why are you using past tense as if it's all going on? Because if it was that easy of a habit to kick, sir, you would have kicked it a long time ago.
That's right. I'm not active in my addiction is a better term.
Yes, it is. I appreciate that. And my issue, though, is that even when you were out in the community, you were on Suboxone and you were still using drugs, sir. So while you can sit here and tell us that your crimes are not violent, you continue, they're certainly persistent in different states. And the last panel asked you to do something very specific when you were here. They said complete the Tier 4 program. Lo and behold, in May, you were removed from the program. Why? The program that was best suited for your needs, you couldn't stay in that program and complete it. Why?
I was removed because in the past, a couple of years ago at another facility, I had a problem with an inmate, and he came to this program here. He came to this facility, and he was placed into the Tier 4 program, and they felt as if he needed inpatient program more than I do, and they said that I would be more suitable doing the outpatient, which was Tier 2.
And I don't.
They didn't want us to be housed together.
Oh, okay, but you were in the program first, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so what makes it more important? Your addiction score is 5. Doesn't get any higher, sir. You've been doing this, you just said, I've been in prison for 29 years. I am institutionalized. And you don't think that you are in dire need of help, sir?
I agree. I agree with you 100%. I can't answer for the way they think.
I don't think
maybe they felt as if I completed it in the past. They've
It
mentioned that to me that
it said that you were removed from the Tier 4 program because you failed to comply. I did read your description of what you told the officer, that they, someone else you had a problem with, and so they removed you. And why weren't you compliant? What were you doing in the program?
we had an argument, miss. We had an argument.
Mr. Hart, I have to be honest with you. I know that at your prior hearing, they gave you some specific instructions, and for the most part, you were able to complete an eviction service program, but they were under the impression that you were in the Tier 4 program, and you did not complete that program. And I have to be honest that had I sat on your first panel, I would not have been in favor of a rehire for you, sir. I really, you've taken it, you could probably teach the program at this point. You've taken it so many times. You really have to figure out what you want from your life. You're 55 years old now. If you continue at this pace, you won't be alive to see 60.
Yes.
You have to figure this out. I mean, honestly, we don't want you to be where you are, but we also don't want you out here stealing people's cars who are working hard for their money, or stealing stuff from stores, and now we have to pay for everything because it's not fair. It's not fair to the people who are, we want you to get the help. Don't get us wrong. And we absolutely can sympathize with addiction because we understand it's difficult. But it's also difficult for us to support it when you continue to do it and you have had opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to get it right. You've been out there 14 times. They've given you some form of supervision, including the one that I gave you. And you failed 11 times. Most of them have been fines.
Yes. I have a lot of shame and guilt for what I've done. I'm sorry.
well, that means you need to be in therapy. Because guilt and shame is only going to keep you down. But guilt and shame is only going to make you go back to the drugs, trying to medicate yourself to not feel those feelings. You need to allow yourself, I don't know what harm or hurt you've experienced that caused you to come to this point in your life, but yeah, it's something deeper, sir. And until you are man enough to address those things, we're going to keep having the same discussion.
They are being addressed. I'm involved with mental health one-on-one.
Good. You need that. That's what you need. Maybe this time it'll stick.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez.
I don't have any questions, Madam Chair.
You were also asked, sir, to come back with a relapse prevention plan. Is there anything you want to tell us that you have lined up for yourself so that you can live without crack cocaine?
Well, I'm on what they call the MAP program. It's a Suboxone program. I'm on a real low.
We're familiar with it.
Yes, and requirements to be on that on the outside, they make you do what they call IOP, outpatient intense programming, which is Monday, Wednesday, Friday from like 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. 3 days a week. They have you do outpatient counseling to remain on that program they have for methadone. So that's outpatient counseling that I have set up ready for me for my release.
Is there anything else in your relapse prevention plan?
I don't know. I plan on going to church and I plan on working.
Well, that's disappointing. I think if you had come out of the Tier 4 program, you really would have had a robust relapse prevention plan. I know you attend AA. Is your intent to continue doing that in the community? Have you ever worked with a sponsor? Are you going to get a sponsor? Do you know about CCAR?
Yes, exactly. I'm sorry. But yes, I'm attending NA and AA in here Monday night and Tuesday night. I mean, Monday and Thursday night, yes. I plan on continuing that on the outside, yes. As well as what the MAP program requirements as well require for me to do.
Have you ever worked with a sponsor in NA or AA?
I have not until in here. In here, I'm working with CCAR. They are helping me, yes.
Why am I having to drag your relapse prevention plan out of you piece by piece? Why didn't you come here prepared, as the prior panel recommended, to present a relapse prevention plan? It's all coming across like it's an afterthought for you, Mr. Hart. Why?
I'm sorry. I'm just nervous. I'm just nervous. I'm sorry.
But before you came in this room last week, when you were thinking about the hearing, did you not think to maybe write out your relapse prevention plan so you could manage your nervous feelings and make sure that you gave us all the details of your plan?
I thought it would be better if it came from my heart. I thought you'd find it to be more honest instead of me reading it from a piece of paper.
Okay, but what's happened is that I'm having to pull it from you bit by bit and suggest things to you for you to give them back to me. That doesn't sound like somebody who is deeply committed to their own recovery and planning to embrace clean and sober living from the minute they step out the door. Are you going to do 90 and 90?
Yes, I'd like to, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I've always had a learning disability. I've had trouble in schoolhouse and special ed classes all through school. I have a hard time with communication and coping skills. I'm sorry. I'm not expressing myself.
You know, it's fine to be aware. It's great to be aware of your limitations and anything you struggle with. But what's important is to have a plan to cope with those. And the plan would have been to come prepared.
Okay.
Okay, so what, you need a halfway house. What town are you looking at?
I'd like Hartford or Waterbury because that's close to my mom.
But you want to go work for your dad's dumpster business.
Yes.
Where
my
is
brother
that?
Where is
it's
in
it?
Bristol. Bristol.
So Have you lived in Hartford or Waterbury before?
I have not.
Okay, so have you done any research on where the NA and AA meetings are held in the cities that you're talking about?
I know that the MAP program is located on Main Street, which is going to be 3 days a week counseling for them. And I believe that the halfway house will have Pacific NA meetings that I can attend to. I believe they'll have a list in places I can attend.
I'm just going to say, Mr. Hart, I'm going to encourage you to be proactive.
Okay.
Set these things up for
pamphlet.
yourself. Set these
Right.
things up for yourself, because you're at an age where you should be taking control and managing your needs with a plan and developing that plan. And you have a lot of time on your hands there in the facility to put one together. So,
I agree. Yes.
waiting until the halfway house people tell you where to go, you're going to miss 5 days of your 90 and 90, and you're going to be behind. I mean, you just get ready to step out the door right into your own recovery actively. All right, that's it for questions.
Thank you. Yes,
There is
I
no,
agree.
it's related, my concerns, but it's criminal history and poor performance. I just don't believe he's suitable in my opinion.
Mr. Rodriguez?
I have to agree, Madam Chair. I do not find suit either. He does have time, though, like you said, to set up his plan.
Yeah, I get that he scores high. I get that he's failed 11 out of 14 opportunities at community release. I'm going to vote in the minority because this would amount to a year as a stabilizing factor for him. I think he's getting older. He's having health issues. He wants something different for himself, and I think that would help him step off on the right foot. What are your reasons for denial?
It's criminal history and poor performance, in my opinion.
Okay. Anything else?
I still had inadequate institutional program participation, incomplete as tier 4. Moved.
You all right with that?
Yes.
Okay. So in the matter of Craig Hart, there is inmate number 205160. There is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: criminal history, poor performance on community release, and inadequate program participation. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Aye. So unfortunately, Mr. Hart, you've been denied discretionary parole release. We hope you'll put a plan together for yourself with your support system so you can be successful when you're back in the community.
This concludes the hearing for Craig Hart, inmate number 205160.
You should be.
You're all set. Or did you have something to say?
You should be proud of yourselves.
This is
Can
Rod.
I please have your name, sir?
Shaquan Slug.
Okay, give us 1 second. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, December 8th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut pardons and parole. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Panel Member Barry.
Panel Member Rodriguez.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Shaquan Slide, 277870.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Shaquan Schley, inmate number 277870. He is serving a total effective sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 3 years, with 5 years of probation to follow, for sale of a controlled substance, not narcotic or hallucinogen, criminal possession of firearm and both defense weapon, violation of probation with underlying charges of assault, second degree with motor vehicle, and illegal operation of CMV under the influence, second offense. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 7, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the New Thoughts program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Schley, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I have a letter to read. Can I read this?
Please go ahead. Yes.
Honor members of parole board, my name is Shaquan Slide. I write to express my sincere remorse for decisions that led to my incarceration. I take full responsibilities for my actions, and I reflect every day on the disappointment they caused. I am a husband, a father, and a business owner. Being separated from my family once again has been the hardest consequence of all. Missing moments like my 5-year-old first day of kindergarten is something I can never undo. This is my oldest daughter's last year of school and senior prom that I can't not miss. Their pain has changed me deeply and strengthened my commitment to becoming a better and more responsible man. During my incarceration, I have completed New Thoughts. I'm currently in Voices, AA, and a voluntary program called Jericho Circle. That is a great and powerful program to be in. These programs have helped me develop accountability, discipline, and emotional maturity and integrity. I am not the same man I was when I entered. I continue to grow every day. Before my incarceration, I was home for 5 years, changing my life for the better for me and my family. I got my driver's license for the first time in my life. I also had got a job making medical material where I climbed up high in my job, where I could run the whole factory by learning the skills to do so. I worked there at Hydrofair Blue in Manchester for 2 years. And within that time, I got 4 raises where I was able to save money to start my first business, which was my store, Big Feathers Grocery. With my store, I was very active in my community through doing back to school drives, Thanksgiving turkey giveaways, and Christmas giveaways, where I spent my own money for the youth of my community. Giving back has always been important to me, and I plan to continue to contribute in a positive, lawful way. If granted parole, I intend to start my box truck business by securing proper licenses, forming partnerships with local companies, and maintaining a strong financial organization. This business will allow me to provide for my family and remain focused, stable, and productive work. In addition, I plan to care full-time for my uncle who has helped me run my store, now has had a second stroke, ensuring he has the support he needs while I work on getting my business up and running. I respectfully ask the board for the opportunity to reunite with my family and continue building on the progress I have made. I am fully committed to honoring every condition of parole and providing through consistent actions that will show my growth is genuine and lasting. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Shiley. We appreciate that you took the time to write out that statement. So we make the decision about someone in your situation finishing their sentence, and in your case, it's the 3 years you have to serve, out in the community under supervision, and we make that decision in light of the interests of public safety. And I do have to say, the gun possession and the DUIs are very concerning. and probably contribute to the fact that you score high for your risk to reoffend. That and your criminal history dating back to 1999. So I understand that when you were interviewed by the parole officer, you told her that you were only selling marijuana. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. When they did the raid on your, the search on your home in Manchester, they found fentanyl. Why did you have that?
No fentanyl was found in my house. They found bags and meat bars that I sell out my store at my house. They tested and it didn't test back for no fentanyl.
My records indicate that in the 2 residential searches between Manchester and Hartford, they found Oxycontin, marijuana, and psilocybin, and you had ecstasy in your pocket. Do you use ecstasy?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Yeah, that was one of your DUIs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Why'd you get the intox ticket last May?
When I was in Cheshire, somebody had edibles. Well, I kind of finally didn't believe they was what they was, and I tried them, just being curious. And I went to Walker from there, and they had did a random urine, and my urine was still dirty from Cheshire. So I take full accountability for that. Making poor choices.
Oh yeah, yeah. So was it real?
Yeah, yes. I called it dirty urine. Yes, I guess it was.
Have you ever had a valid license?
Yes, I had a valid license when I was home this time currently.
Okay, but not back in 2009, 2013?
No, when I was home this time, I was able to obtain my driver's license.
Okay.
I had to get the interlock box put in my car. I had for 3 years, and from there, I obtained my driver's license.
So your license was suspended before you even got it?
Pretty much. This is my first time.
So why were you driving a rental car when you knew you had to have the interlock device?
Because my current car was in the shop, and I didn't really know exactly how the interlock box went. So my car was in the shop that I had the box in. So that's why I was in the rental car. Because the shop gave me the rental car to drive while my car was in the shop. And I was still new with the interlock box program, so I didn't really know how it went like that. I didn't know how it really, I didn't know the procedures of it. But I didn't call the acts neither. They gave me the rental car. I'm figuring that I was okay to drive it while my car was in the shop.
So you failed to ask the appropriate questions, but then again, you got behind the wheel and got a new DUI.
Yes, I did.
And you do have addiction services on your OAP. You did some sort of treatment at Wheeler, but that was back in 2013, and you've been using since then. It's concerning to me that you haven't had an addiction services program, so maybe you don't have a handle on your problem.
I'm currently in AA now that I go to programs for, and Willard clinics came to see me since I've been up here, so that's something I will continue doing once I go home.
Did you get any word on your sentence modification?
Not yet. I'm waiting right now as we speak.
Your 2005 weapon in a motor vehicle, that was a gun too, right?
Correct. That was a gun I didn't know was in the car.
Now you have 2 gun convictions and a felony. You'll soon probably be designated a persistent firearm offender, so your sentences going forward will just get longer and longer. You should be aware of that. Your last DUI, you blamed it on black ice. And then when you were interviewed by the parole officer, you said you were just tired. But the police report indicated that you were definitely speeding because you went off the road up a snowbank and your car went airborne. So that would be indicative of excessive speed. And one of the places you sold was out of your grocery store, right?
Correct.
Okay. So my concern is, on the one hand, you're trying to pay back and do good things in your community and help the youth and backpacks and all that kind of stuff. And out the back door, you're peddling poison to people suffering with an addiction so you can have some extra money. Do you see how troubling that is?
Yeah, I see how troubling it is, but it was a mistake that I made.
No, it wasn't a mistake, sir. It was a choice to violate the law and harm other people. And the kids that you're giving backpacks to were probably suffering because their parents were buying drugs from you and they didn't have enough food in the house because the money was going to drugs. You took the voices for your invoices now, so you see how all of it, it's not just one victim, the whole community gets harmed.
Yes, I do, miss. I take full accountability for my actions and the choices I made. I just want to show y'all that I showed in a way that I'm 42 years old. I'm a husband. I have a family. Like, I have kids. Like, I was trying to do the right things. Yes, I made bad choices and I made mistakes, but I also did a lot of good things too.
Well, and I'm glad that you have, but I wish you would stop calling them mistakes, because that's like forgetting to return a library book.
Well, you're right. The choices,
you're
bad
actually
choices
making you're criminal choices.
Correct.
Yeah,
Now
you're making an active choice to violate the laws of our society because you just wanted to get by. All those years driving without a license. Now you've got, multiple DUIs because you're willing to get behind the wheel and endanger other people's lives by driving impaired. And then you even say, I took K2 because that's one way to beat the urine. I mean, so you have a habit of trying to...
I didn't say I took K2. It wasn't K2 I said I ate edibles. I didn't take K2 to beat the urine.
But not for your DR, but in your history, you avoid responsibility. You said you take K2 because it's not detected. So you have this habit of skirting, actual responsibility. And that concerns me. I hope maybe through new thoughts that you just finished last month that you've grown some, because
all the programs help me. All the programs I did and currently in help me with.
I heard you say that.
Decisions that I have made that was made poorly.
So it's I know you wanted to take care of your uncle. Is he has a history with substance abuse? Is he living in recovery?
Yes, he's been recovered over 10 years.
Okay, so you have him working at a store that you own while you're selling drugs out the back. I mean, do you see how that puts his own recovery in jeopardy?
Yes, I do, miss.
Okay, good. All right. I hope you want more for yourself going forward, sir. And it's good to hear that you've got some plans for that. Mr. Rodriguez, some questions for Mr. Shiley?
Mr. Shiley?
Slide. Yep.
Slide. No, I basically have the same concerns, Mr. Sly. I mean, between your criminal record, criminal history over 20 years, I mean, I haven't really taken all your programming yet. We've got 6 unsuccessful community releases. Well, you were already out in the community. You already given the opportunity to be out in the community and you didn't make it. You ended up back. You were on probation when this happened.
I was home for almost 6 years this time right here. I was home almost currently for 6 years.
But you're back.
Correct.
He was home 6 years, but he also violated his probation.
Yeah.
Immediately, and then they continued it. Then he got into another DUI, and
It's just this ongoing behavior. Just, you're right. You're 42 years old. When are you going to get to that point where you decide you're going to do something?
Yeah, that's why I took the proper programs that I needed to help me get through.
You haven't taken all of them yet. You didn't take addiction services yet.
I took New Thoughts. Only thing on OAP was New Thoughts. I took New Thoughts, and I'm currently in Voices, and I'm currently in the Jericho Circle in AA. And I'm finished with Voices next week. Next week is my last class in Voices. And I'm currently in a voluntarily program called Jericho Circle. That I have almost probably 3 more weeks of that too also.
I'm looking at your OAP that you signed on 4/24/2025. The top thing, number 1, is addiction services referral.
You score a 4.
Yeah, they didn't tell me that I'm an OAP. They said the only thing was on my OAP was New Thoughts.
You signed it. You didn't look at it?
Yeah, because she asked me. They asked me. They said New Thoughts. So I just took. I'm in all the programs
New
I
Thoughts
need
isn't
to be.
even on your OAP.
Right. That's right.
Yeah, because they switched it from Voices to New Thoughts to Voices to New Thoughts. So I didn't know.
I think you hear our concern. I don't really have any additional questions for you, Mr. Sly. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Councilmember Berry?
thank you. I just have 2 questions, Mr. Sly. Why were you asking for a sentence modification?
Why was I asking for one? To currently get back home to my family. I have a family to provide and take care of. I have an ill uncle.
Under what premise do you think you deserve a sentence modification?
I've been doing the things I need to do. I'm in programming. I'm trying to better myself.
In your modification application, did you tell them that you received a ticket for eating an edible?
Yes, they know.
I'm just trying to understand. I mean, because you were sentenced to 3 years, how much time do you think you should have received?
The time I received.
Why are you trying to get us it modified? Are you trying to get less time in prison or less time under supervision? What are you hoping to accomplish?
I was trying to get less time in prison. I need to be home to take care of stuff I need to take care of. I have a family out there to take care of. Like, I got kids. I have an older daughter that's graduating this year. Like, there's times that I can't get back, and I'm trying to go home and right my wrongs and provide and be the man my family needs me to be. I have an uncle that has a second stroke that needs home care. I have kids. I have a wife that needs me. I'm just trying to get home to get back to my family to do the right things and right my wrongs.
You realize that you wouldn't have had to be away from your family if you weren't being grieved, is what you called it.
Yes.
You said that with your own words.
Yes.
And I show what you also received a conviction in Massachusetts for a conspiracy to an armed robbery. Is that right?
Yes.
What was that, a gun too?
No. There was no weapon. No weapon. There was no weapon. It was unarmed. It was unarmed. There was no weapon involved.
I understand that it was unarmed. I'm asking you, was there a threat of firearm use or a threat of a weapon?
Oh, no.
So why did they call it an armed robbery?
It's unarmed. It was an unarmed robbery.
Unarmed robbery. Is that what it says? Okay. I swear, my notes are horrible today. Okay.
Yeah, it does say conspiracy unarmed.
Unarmed. Okay, I thought it said armed.
Yeah.
My sincere apology.
You know, Mr. Shiley, something that comes to mind is a colleague of ours used to say, you know, if you tell the truth, you only have one story to remember. And I bring that up because when you were pulled over on August 29th of 2022, you told the police that you weren't on any medication, but when you were interviewed by the parole officer, you said you were on pain medication.
Was it parole? I thought it was parked in the middle of an intersection.
Well, I'm sorry, when the police made contact.
Yeah, when they got.
And then you now deny that you had consumed any alcohol, but you told the police that you had 2 drinks at a club. So I encourage you to, try to be more truthful in the way you live your life so that these conflicting statements don't come up and ruin your credibility. Why did you have an assault rifle in your house?
Currently I was giving people opportunities that was in halfway houses that came home parole, and I had a family member I gave an opportunity to, I guess that was currently in the mix of something going on in the streets. And he was spotted outside of my store when my store was shot up. And I had got grazed in my neck. And also my wife's car was stolen twice out my driveway. So I was kind of just, I was paranoid. I was pretty much just paranoid, and I was scared for the safety of my family. That's only why I had it, because it was under my mattress. I didn't have it to
Where'd you get it?
I just bought it off the street.
Okay, knowing that you were prohibited from having a gun.
Yes. I was scared for my life. I was scared for my family's safety.
Did you ever go to the range and practice with that assault rifle?
No.
Okay. So who taught you how to load it and discharge and clean the weapon?
Nobody, to be honest with you. YouTube.
Okay. All right. So do you understand, Mr. Shiley, how it makes no sense that you think you can protect yourself with a weapon you don't even know how to handle?
No, I understand that. It was just out of pit. I was just scared. Be honest
but that's no way to deal with your fears.
No, you're absolutely right. But my store was shot up. People still in my car. I don't know what's going on.
Right.
I had threats.
Did you report the threats to the police?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you let the authorities handle it then.
Right.
I understand you want to protect yourself, but you're foolish if you think you can do it with an assault rifle, but you don't know how to handle it. You could end up killing anybody in your home.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Give us just a minute, please. Was this me?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. Shiley has 26-year criminal history. He's 42. He was on probation for an assault second with a motor vehicle when he picked up new charges involving firearms and driving under the influence and finding interesting ways to get around actually doing the responsible thing. This is all very concerning to me. There's a lot of contradictions here, and I appreciate that he wants to get home and be a support to his family. But our responsibility to public safety makes me, without a tier program, incapable of granting discretionary parole today. Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm basically in the same place, Madam Chair. I think it's inadequate evidence of a offender change at this point, and he hasn't taken an additional program. He needs to take on his OAP, which I think he needs to complete. I mean, I agree with this. I think he's trying to make some move to kind of grow and to take some program. He's going to be finishing up Voices, which is a positive thing. But I just don't see him there yet. I'm not going to be supporting his discretion for today.
Agreed.
I actually don't have inadequate evidence of offender change. I think we're hearing some positive things from him in terms of his life plan, and
I just didn't think he was quite there yet.
no, he isn't.
Yeah.
But I think perhaps the offense on probation is a bigger factor along with criminal history and inadequate program participation.
It's fine with me.
You okay with those?
Yeah, I would also be, I don't know, I would be willing to rehear him. I'm not, it wouldn't be, you know, it's just sad that this is what we have to work with here, but
Well, he still has 2 years almost now, 18 months.
Year and a half. I'm not interested, but if you do want to,
And give him an opportunity to take this, at least finish the program that he's taking and take an addiction services program. I would go with it.
you want to say August?
I was thinking more of towards a year. And I say that because of the 6 failures, the fact that he was on probation, he has to prove himself. And he comes into prison and then he eats an edible to see if it was real. Who cares if it was 11, 12? You know, he just has some proving to do. So
I'm good with a year.
I mean, it wouldn't give him very much time, but it would be if it's early release is early release. And I'm still not certain that even at that time that someone would be willing to vote in favor of his early release. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
You want to say November?
Yeah.
And what do you want him to do?
PRs and the program's on its OAK.
You know, he could probably benefit from fatherhood as well. He mentioned AA, we didn't have any proof of that, but that continuing on, perhaps the relapse prevention plan.
I mean, I want to know at what point are we going to be able to start saying no marijuana? Alcohol is legal, marijuana should be a no-go.
Should be, but we are.
Okay, so in the matter of Shaiguan Shiley, inmate number 277870, there's a motion to deny parole at this time due to your criminal history, the offenses being committed on probation, and inadequate program participation. There's a further move to rehear you in November of 2026 with the recommendation that you not get any additional disciplinary reports and that you complete programs on your OAP to include a tier program and other positive programming like a fatherhood program, and, you know, come back with a
Solid plan.
relapse prevention plan. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So we'll see you next November, Mr. Shaley.
All right, thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Shaquan Schley, inmate number 277870. Can I have your name, please, sir?
Good afternoon,
Can I have your name?
Michael Colon.
Who?
afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, December 8th, 2025, and this is here at Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Panel Member Barry.
Rodriguez.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Michael Colon, 307-229.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Michael Colon Bamilla, inmate number 307229. He is serving a total effective sentence, excuse me, of
7 years.
Thank you. 7 years execution suspended after 30 months, followed by 3 years of probation for sale of narcotic substance and failure to appear first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 14, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the domestic violence program. Utilizing statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within a very high range of risk for recidivism. The Colon Bamilla, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to start off by thanking you for giving me this opportunity to speak today. I want to start by saying I take full responsibility for my past actions. I understand the harm I caused in my community and the impact it had in others. And I carry that with me every day. My time in custody has given me the chance to reflect and deeply grow and make changes in my life. During my sentence, I've learned the importance of accountability and discipline and empathy. I even going to work hard to become a better person who contributes positive to others and society. If granted parole, I plan on volunteering somewhere where I can talk of the effects of drugs to the youth as well as myself. I will reconnect with family, find stable employment, and build a positive support group system outside that's ready to help me stay on the right path. I know that parole is a privilege, not a right. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm asking for the opportunity to prove through my actions that I have changed and that I am ready to live as a responsible, law-abiding member of the community. I know I'm deeply ashamed of my past actions. I shame my kids. My kids are grown now, and I really hurt my family. Like I just want a chance to make amends to the community, to my family, and towards myself as well.
Okay, well, we appreciate that you have that goal in mind, Mr. Colon. You are end of sentence next December, so we're talking about a year difference. And we're going to start the questions this afternoon with my colleague, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Listen, I appreciate your opening statement. I appreciate you writing it out, taking some time to put something together. That's very positive. There are a couple of areas that really concern me in looking at your situation, your circumstances. One big one is obviously your score of a 5 for your substance abuse history, and you related that you were selling drugs in order to maintain your own habit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, that is correct.
I'm glad that you've taken the DV program. I'm sure that'll help you in many other ways, but I'm concerned that you haven't taken your addiction services program.
So on my LP, I wasn't there, but before I came in, I was in a program. I already had two and a half years of sobriety, which I'm staying since I got arrested for this case. I've been sober and I've been working on that towards myself. I also signed up for one of the tier programs, but I haven't got called yet.
Well, but that's something that I would really like to see. I think you understand. You've got some pretty serious drugs that you were taking.
Yes.
And through your own admission, this is some of this involvement, and you've got a pretty extensive history too. Some of this involvement really relates to your substance abuse and your addiction.
Yes.
And so not only do I want to see you get a program, I mean, personally, I want to see that you've prepared yourself when you do get released to be on the outside, and that you've got those things in place that you need to have in order to, be able to maintain your sobriety and abstinence outside of the facility, in the community. And those are concerns that I really have with this. And I think at this point, it's hard for you to kind of respond to that because you didn't take the program yet. So it's kind of a dilemma that we're in here together. Tell me a little bit about the way you have it now, what your release plan looks like.
As of right now, my first goal is to keep on getting outside help. Before I came in, I was in intercommunity, having outside counseling, which it was helping me to stay sober. I'm planning to go back there. I'm going back to my employment in Middletown, which is Rocky Hill. Not Middletown, Rocky Hill, Michelangelo's, and I still got all my positive people around me that's gonna help me stay sober and keep going to my programs and making sure that I do the right next action. Like I was speaking to my kids, like I might not have control of my life right now because I'm in jail and I got parole coming, but I'm controlling my actions.
Well, with your addiction, you don't have control on the outside of your life either.
Yeah, and before I came, you're correct. Before I got arrested, I didn't have control, and I was working on that. I know that I still have a long way to go, and I'm not excusing my.
You rate very high. You rate very high to reoffend and go back to prison. Part of that's based on your history, obviously, and I think in this particular case, I mean, I don't think you've really gotten a grip on your addiction yet. And even though you've been clean for a couple of years, and that's a good thing. It's you got the outside stressors that I would be more concerned about. What happens when you go outside and you got to deal with life on life's terms on the outside, which is going to be very challenging for you. So I mean, I need you to know I'm really kind of in a place where I want to see you be able to do some addiction services programming while you're there, which you haven't done yet. And that's not, I mean, I think what your opening statement reflected was somebody who's kind of giving some real consideration to trying to change their lives. And I think that's a very positive thing. But that's kind of where I'm at this point. Unless I hear something very different from my colleagues, that's kind of where I'm at this point. All right?
I appreciate you. I appreciate your opinion.
And good luck to you, Mr. Colon.
Member Barry?
No question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can you clarify for me, Mr. Colon? You say you've been clean 2.5 years?
It's about 2 years, 2.5 years since I got arrested for this charge right here. So after I got arrested and I bonded out, I went into a program. I put myself in the program, and since then I've been clean.
Okay, so you were arrested on November 6th of 2023.
Yes, so I went into my program in January. So it's been like 1.5 years, actually, like 1.5 years. So I went in January, and since then I've been sober.
You've done treatment at Farrell House, Renaissance West, Inner Community, McCall's House. You've done, you've made the rounds. Why do you think it hasn't worked?
My own actions. I'm not going to excuse it. I did deal with a couple of mental health problems, and I got that in order. But if not being responsible and not being accountable for my actions took me back to the streets. And bottom line, not being responsible. Trying to run away from my responsibilities.
I appreciate your honesty. Do you know why you became addicted to the variety of substances you were abusing?
So I was in a car accident. I was in coma for 9 days. I was bedbound for 3 months. They put me in heavy narcotics for almost a year, and they cut me off dry turkey.
What year was this?
2009, 10.
Struggle. Yeah, you had your first possession conviction was 2010, so probably right around there.
Yeah, well, back then I wasn't using drugs yet.
Well, you've done well with no DRs and working as a tierman. It's concerning that you've really struggled on probation in the past, and as my colleague pointed out, you still score very high for your risk to reoffend. Do you have any life goals?
Yes, my life goal is first to get my life in order and make sure that I stay in the right path, in the sober path, and away from selling drugs and stuff, and keep working. I've been working all my life too. So, and I want to make sure that I could be there for my kids, and most likely, I just want to live the right life. My goal is to be stable and achieve and do something positive. Like all I've done all my life has been negative and negative and negative. And like I'm about to turn 40 years old and I still don't got nothing to my name. I want to have things. I want to show my kids that I'm able to do something with my life, that I'm able to do something positive other than negative. Like, how am I going to be able to tell my kids not to do something when I'm doing the same thing that I'm telling them not to do?
Right. I'm pleased for you that you have a dream for yourself, and some very realistic things you want in life, and I hope you'll be successful with that. I'm going to be honest with you, Mr. Colon, we hear way too many people say they want to come out and they want to talk to the youth and they want to be a cautionary tale and tell them how to live their life right. If you really want to get out and volunteer, pick a cause or a charity and give your time and your talent. I know you're good in the kitchen, and give back in that way. I just don't know with a criminal history like yours how realistic it is that you can work with the youth as a volunteer, but you could work at an animal shelter. You could work with the homeless. There's a lot of causes. Figure out what speaks to you and then give your time and your talents to the cause. You need to make amends for all the harm that you've done as a drug dealer. And that in and of itself will build the respect of your kids and it'll build your self-esteem. The other thing I would add to your list is get your GED. Yeah. I mean, think of the pride you would have being able to tell your kids how much you value an education because at 40 years old, you went back to school. You can do it. All right, that's it for the questions, sir. Give us just a few minutes. Mr. Rodriguez. Absolutely. Yeah. We heard from you, your line in the sand is drug program, and I agree. 5 is the highest score. We're looking at history of cocaine, fentanyl, Percocets, PCP, and heroin. He started heroin at the age of 30. I mean,
you asked him about his life goals. I thought he was going to say his goal was to stay alive. If you put some poison in your body.
Well, maybe putting his life in order is part of the staying alive. So, and I have to agree because, it would almost feel like it's irresponsible to put him out.
Yeah.
With, the problems that he's had, regardless of the treatment he's had before. He said he didn't want it. He wasn't ready. So,
I don't want to take away from him sounding good today. It does sound pretty good today. It sounds like he's really moving along, really trying to get his life together.
Yeah. Okay. Ms. Barry?
I think he needs a tear as well, but I would be willing to rehear him here.
I felt the same way, and I thought August. Give him 4 months.
June.
June.
Let's go with July, because that's a little more than the 6 months that we're limited to.
July. All right.
Okay. And he's already halfway house eligible, so if he doesn't want the program and doesn't want the support of Parole, then he'll go out to the halfway house and.
I'd rather have a structure.
Good.
That's positive to hear.
So in the matter, okay, so criminal history, poor performance on community release, and inadequate program participation.
I would just do the inadequate program participation for now, because we're waiting to rehear him.
What we do with that. All right, I'm gonna leave criminal history, so that's, look at us compromising right and left. So in the matter of Michael Colon Gamilia, inmate number 307229, there's a motion to deny parole at this time due to your criminal history and your inadequate program participation. But I further move to rehear you in July of 2026 with a recommendation that you remain free of disciplinary issues and that you complete the programs on your OAP to include it to your program. And anything else positive you can get into.
Got kids.
Fatherhood program might be a real benefit. And all in favor?
Aye.
So we'll see you in July. Get busy.
Okay, thank you.
This inmate number 307229.
Let's check.
Can I have your name, sir?
Deshaun Cloud,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, December 8th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Panel Bailey.
Panama Rodriguez.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Deshaun Cloud, 313968.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Deshaun Cloud in 313968. He is serving a total effective sentence of 10 years, suspended after 42 months, followed by 5 years of probation for criminal possession of pistol revolver, evading responsibility, physical injury, violation of protected authority. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of February 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has not completed any programs to date. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Cloud, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good afternoon. First and foremost, I would like to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on my behalf. Yes, I understand that I made a lot of mistakes in my past, and I take full accountability for those actions. I'm not that person that I was a couple of years ago. Like, I'm slowly but surely trying to get into my programs now. I've been writing constantly. I'm just doing everything that I need to do to provide for my family. I just want to get home and move forward from this, put this behind me.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Cloud. We do recognize that you were only sentenced at the end of June. I'm sorry, May, so that would, make it hard to get into programs, but here we are. we're going to take turns asking you questions and then discuss your case and make a decision. We'll begin
Yes,
with
ma'am.
my colleague, panel member Barry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Cloud, your file is very, very concerning to me, sir. I see a number of firearm convictions. How many weapon charges, how many weapons convictions do you have?
To be honest, I have 2 firearm convictions, one in North Carolina and one out here. And
What was the weapon in a motor vehicle in 2007?
2007, that was a BB gun. I had numerous code Ds, and I pleaded
Right.
to guilty.
But if you're using a BB gun in a crime, do you think the person that you're pointing it at or using it against, do you think that they know that that's a BB gun?
No.
So that's one of my concerns. My other concern, I'm glad that you're advocating for yourself to participate in programs because you really do need them. You're so young and you're accumulating quite a history. What's going on with you and your intimate partners? Domestic violence on your offender accountability plan?
Be honest with you, like, it just more so he say, she say. Yes, I was wrong when I was growing up for arguing and throwing hands, but my last case, I never put my hands on her. I just broke her phone and that was that.
So when you argue with your mother or with your siblings, do you take their phone and throw and break it?
No, I was just caught up in the moment because the questions that I was asking her at that time.
Right, but you understand that that's not how you handle
That's not accountable. Yes.
And so that's where the domestic violence comes in. Because I've argued with several people, and if someone took my phone and broke it, there'd be some problems.
Yes, I understand.
So I say that because you have a violation of a protective order as one of your convictions as well. And so I'm not sure that I don't see the domestic violence on your OAP, which I believe it should be there. My second thing is your disciplinary infractions, you've received 4 so far. Can you tell me why you felt the need to use insultive language back in October?
Be honest with you, I was talking to somebody else, and I guess she thought I was saying that I was talking to her. Because I was watching TV and she just asked me for my ID out of nowhere, and I'm like, what was the reason for my asking you for my ID? And like I said, we just had a little altercation, and I just left. And my boy was like, "Don't worry about it." I'm like, "Man, I'm not worried about her. She tripping for no reason."
So you didn't call her out of her name?
No, I wasn't talking to her. No.
So did you call her out of your name, speaking to somebody else?
Yeah, I said this chick is tripping. Yes, I didn't call her out her name. I didn't disrespect her. I just said, yeah, this chick is tripping.
Do you think that you have issues with women?
No.
Do you think you have anger issues?
At times, yes, indeed. And I have, yes, in my past, I do have anger issues.
But do you know why you're so angry?
I think because of my past and just people taking kindness for weakness.
That happens to the best of us, you know?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, but they can take it however they want to take it. You have a choice whether or not you want to deal with someone. I'm not going to harbor ill feelings towards anyone when I have the ability to just walk away and not deal with anyone. You know, I mean, it sounds simple, and I have a lot more years of things in this life here than you do. But eventually, you'll get to that point where you understand that everything is not worth a fight. Everything's not worth it. Everything's not worth energy. Let it go.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So why were you on probation with a gun?
Because of my environment. In 2007, I had got shot in my back, and a few times people threaten me in so many ways. So I just rather be prepared and not be ready.
So why are they threatening you?
Huh?
They threatening you.
Yes, I was around.
I'm
They
asking you
threatened
why? Why are they threatening you, sir?
because of my environment where I was living at the time.
So everybody in Bridgeport have a weapon and protect themselves because everyone threatens everyone? Is that the environment that you're talking about?
Yes, be honest with you, there's so much going on.
Everybody
There's so much going on.
have to be living a certain kind of lifestyle to be considered a threat to people or like, why would someone even shoot you? Let's start there.
Anything is happening there right now. The new new change of age. Everybody got a gun. Everybody feels they got to protect themselves. Yes, it's a lot going on in the community. So I don't understand. Like me, yes, I wasn't supposed to be around it. So when I got arrested, I try to take off and everything else because I know I'm not supposed to be around firearms. But at the same
Why didn't you move to a different city?
I went to Charlotte, North Carolina,
Did you ask
and
down there too?
yes, and that's where I came back up here to deal with everything else. Cause I was like, it's not my environment, it's just where I be, the people I associate with.
It's you,
It's
period.
who I associate with, yes.
No, it's you. No, it's you. It's not the people you associate with. Those people don't dictate the decisions that you make. You do. There are
Of course.
choices that you make. And you have to decide that as a grown man that you're going to put yourself with people who have positive things that they're trying to accomplish. College educations, careers, raising families, giving back to your communities, talking to these young people about the harm that, gun violence has on, or how it plagues all of our communities. Those are the things that you can do to make sure that you're surrounding yourself around different people, better people. It's a challenge to wake up every single day. I'm not going to be that person that they wanted to shoot in the back in 2007. Like, no, I mean, like I said, I'm much older than you, but I don't have people who want to shoot me, Mr. Cloud. I'm more concerned about someone coming into my house in the middle of the night and having protection than me protecting myself from other people, and even that, someone coming into my home is more about, the people who reside in my house aside from myself. Take me, I don't care, leave my dog alone kind of thing. But anyway,
yes, ma'am.
I want you to see, now I'm not trying to say that you're a bad person and I'm not going to lecture you any longer, but I want you to see that it is you. It's not your environment.
Change.
Exactly.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not just about change, it's a conscious decision. Every single day, I'm not going to be sad today. I'm not going to be angry today. Every day until you believe it.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
eventually it'll come true. Anyway, okay, I'm done. You got mad at your girlfriend because she put something on social media about you? Is that what this is?
It was just, we had an argument and then one thing led to another, yes. And that's why I posted a text message and got the violation protective order.
No, that was because you called her from jail.
I had two different violation protective order. I don't know which one they dropped. I thought it was the Facebook one.
Well, you don't have any children in common with this lady, so that, you don't need to be in contact with her. And they did drop, did have to. And Mr. Cloud, you're still young enough to turn this thing around. And I'm not gonna keep beating the nail on the head. You need to take programs, you need to stay out of trouble, and you need to focus on bettering yourself while you're in that prison, so that when you are released, you can be a productive, contributing member of our community. That's our desires. That's what prison is designed for. Yes, it's there for punishment, but it's also there for rehabilitation. There's so many people that obtain their Yale degree So, I mean, I can go on and on about the positive stories that you feel. But that's when people decide that, you know, they really want something different, and then they do it. All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. So Mr. Cloud, you have a problem with marijuana, right? You use it 3 to 5 times a day?
Yes, at one point in time, yes, indeed.
Okay, so you're sort of always under the influence. You referred to it when you were interviewed by the parole officer as one of your hobbies. And that
Yes.
really stood out for me. I'd never heard that before. Can you define for me what a hobby is? Because it doesn't sound like a hobby to me, the way I define hobby.
Hobby, my thing as a hobby is like something I like to do, like on my spare time to keep me away from. Sometimes marijuana keeps me from and listening to music. It keeps me out the from getting mad at people. It's just like something I like to do on my spare time. That's why I prefer it as a hobby. Because
Okay.
yes,
So I think a hobby is something that enriches your life, something that you can learn something from, like studying a particular field, if you have an interest in birds or trees.
that's right.
And then it can also benefit other people because you develop some expertise perhaps in your hobby, and then you can share that with other people. And, you know, if you take my definition, marijuana doesn't fit that at all.
Understand.
So, you know, and most people talk about it as sort of zapping all their initiative, all their get up and go, kind of makes them just lazy. And, you know, I get that it can help take your mind off of angry feelings and things like that, but there's so many healthier ways you can do that. Have you ever tried meditation, journaling?
Yes,
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
Like I said,
I mean, you're getting up there in age. It's not going to be good for your health. So, okay. So, in addition to having the illegal possession of the firearm, you were speeding. You were driving an unregistered, uninsured motor vehicle on a suspended license. Did you just have a case of the efforts?
no, actually, I was on my way to bring the car to the mechanic house when I got arrested. There wasn't no speeding, nothing involved. Like I said, I take full accountability for my actions.
Okay,
Yes,
well
the
then if
car
you're
was
going to
not-
take full accountability, read the police report. You were speeding, you engaged the police in a chase, then you crashed the vehicle into multiple cars, not just one, and then you fled on foot, and while you were fleeing, you tossed a loaded handgun.
Yes,
Those are
ma'am.
the facts. And we
Yes,
make
ma'am.
these decisions in light of the interest of public safety. And that fact pattern, in addition to you already being on probation, tells me you're somebody who isn't going to play by the rules. Probably doesn't even care about them if you were without a license and behind the wheel of a car. So that's concerning to me, sir. I'm putting it out there for you to give that some thought. Mr.
I
Rodriguez.
don't have any questions, Madam Chair.
Okay. So give us a few minutes to just discuss your case. We'll get back with you in a minute. Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that I explained to Mr. Cloud that he has more work to do on himself. It sounds as if he would be willing to participate in programs. And I would like to give him an opportunity to do that because right now I do not believe that he is suitable for discretionary parole based on, you know, the disciplinary impact and the inadequate program participation. So that's where I am. I don't think he's suitable today. So my vote today will be to deny.
Okay. And I would echo your, you know, concern that he needs a domestic violence program. I'm not sure how that was overlooked, but it's pretty essential. I made a note that I found his decision-making concerning because he appears to have poor emotional regulation. He even, you know, was sort of in favor of that, get them before they get you statement.
I'm also not in favor of his discretion.
Okay. Is this a situation where you want to bring him back? I don't.
I didn't have him coming back.
I didn't either.
Okay, so nature and circumstance, offense on probation, inadequate program participation, and poor institutional adjustment. And just a reminder, Mr. Cloud, that you have the deadly weapon offender registry
Yes,
ahead
ma'am.
of you, and you've been designated a serious firearm offender because of your prior gun convictions and your felonies. So your sentences will only get longer going forward.
Yes,
In the
ma'am.
matter of Deshaun Cloud, inmate number 313968, there is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: the nature and circumstances of your offenses being committed while you were on probation, your poor institutional adjustment, and your inadequate program participation. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Parole is denied.
This concludes the hearing for Deshaun Cloud, inmate number 313968.
Thank you.
Who's this?
Can I- Sir,
Excuse me?
can I have your name, please?
Good morning. My name is Richard Smith Jr.
Which is, yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, December 8th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Dana Member Perry.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Good morning. My name is Richard Smith Jr. and my inmate number is 390471.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the full application for Richard Smith, inmate number 390471. He is serving a total effective sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 3.5 years, followed by 3 years of probation for criminal possession of a pistol revolver threat first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 21st, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has not completed any programs to date. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Smith, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, guys. To the honorable members of the parole board, my name is Richard Smith Jr. I want to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to the board for their time, for giving me the opportunity to speak directly to you. I understand the weight and the responsibility of the work you do, and I do not take this moment lightly. I thank you for hearing me, for reviewing my progress, and for allowing me a chance to show you guys why I'm a great candidate for parole through the steps I have taken to change my life. First off, I take full accountability for my actions and for the harm that they have caused. I recognize that my behavior has had an impact on the victim and his family, and I also recognize the pain and disappointment that I have caused my own family, as well as the hurt, the fear, and the disruption that I have caused my community. I make no excuses for what I did, and I understand that there are no words that can fully express the remorse I feel for what happened. I have accepted the consequences, and I take responsibility for every part of it. I offer my deepest, most sincere apology to the victim, to his family, to my own loved ones, and the community that was affected by my bad choices. I understand that apologies cannot undo the past, but I hope that my actions moving forward can reflect the remorse I feel and the commitment that I have to becoming a better man. The worst day of my life ultimately became the beginning of the best transformation I have ever experienced. That single bad decision, a decision that have easily cost me my life, forced me to truly confront the direction in which I was heading. It broke me down in a way that opened my eyes. It made me look at myself, my mindset, my habits, and the pain that I have been carrying and causing. That terrible moment became the turning point that pushed me towards becoming the man I should have been all along. It became the moment that changed the entire path of my life. During my incarceration, I've committed myself to transformation, and not just temporary change, but real permanent growth. I have found God again and was baptized and have rebuilt my faith, which has grounded me and gave me purpose in the world. I have worked on furthering my education through self-help books, as well as studying Connecticut State Community College coursework, building skills and knowledge that will help me contribute positively when I do return to society. I have participated in anger management in Tier 4, both of which have helped me learn to process my emotions in a healthy and controlled manner. Through these programs, I began to understand the root causes of my anger and the harmful patterns that shape my thinking. I've learned how to slow myself down, how to identify the warning signs within myself, and how to respond instead of just react. I learned what my triggers are and how to remain in control even when situations challenge me. I now know how to stop myself from escalating and how to de-escalate tense situations. I've learned love, compassion, and forgiveness, which helps me protect my peace instead of me allowing my emotions to take over me. I attend a combination of 10 Narcotics Anonymous and Alcohol Anonymous meetings every week, and I even chair the meetings on Saturday. Through NA, AA, anger management, and Tier 4, I've been able to reshape my cognitive thinking, to change my core beliefs and the way I see and approach life. These programs have taught me how to manage my pride, how to cope with my stress, and how to face depression and deal with my anxiety and my PTSD in a healthy way. These programs have also taught me how to get rid of the guilt and the shame that I've been carrying for so long that's becoming a burden, and to focus on my assets and my strengths. Tier 4 has also introduced me to yoga and meditation, which has become powerful tools that have helped me stay grounded, calm, and emotionally balanced. These practices have also taught me patience, clarity, and the power of mindfulness. My family and I are the biggest responsibility. My family and the responsibility I have to them play a huge part in my transformation. They are my biggest motivation to continue improving, to remain committed, and to stay on the right path. But just as importantly, I am doing this for myself. I want to become the father, the son, the husband that I know I'm capable of being, a man that my family can be proud of, my community can trust, and that I myself can respect. In closing, I would like to again express my deepest apologies to the victim and his family, as well as my loved ones and the community that I am committed to serving. I am thankful for the chance I've had to change, the chance to be reformed, reshaped, and reborn. I'm not the same person I walked into jail, and I'm asking for the opportunity to prove that. Not only to the Board of Parole, not only to the judge or my family or the community, but most importantly to myself.
I truly believe I am a great candidate for parole, and that I am ready to step in society as a positive, functioning, and thriving member who contributes, uplifts, and gives back. This is my first violation ever, and I'm committed to making sure that it's my last. Thank you again for your time, for considering me for parole, and for a chance to demonstrate the work I have done and will continue to do. Respectfully, Richard Smith, Jr.
Mr. Smith, thank you for taking the time to write that out. Can you please clarify for me, this is your first violation? What are you talking about?
I had a violation of probation.
Oh, okay. All right. I hope you'll hang on to that statement and read it from time to time. It might be very grounding for you.
Yes, ma'am.
It's clear you put a lot of work in that. I'm going to be really honest and upfront with you, sir. I don't agree that you are a model or ideal candidate for parole.
Okay, I understand.
Okay, so let's talk about it. This is your third gun conviction.
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
Well, unfortunately, I was lost for a long time. I was very negative. I had a terrible outlook on life. And I thought that I needed a firearm to protect myself when really I just needed to change my mindset and change my environment. So unfortunately, I was just wrongfully thinking. I had a distorted thinking. I have a very negative outlook on life. And thankfully, through finding God again and doing these programs and learning some things, I see the fault that was in my ways. I understand the harm that I was bringing not only to myself, but also to my community.
Okay. Yes, harm to the community. So, part of what we're doing here today is making a decision whether it's appropriate for you to finish the 3.5 years that you have to serve out in the community on parole before you begin your 3 years of probation. And we have to make that decision in light of the interests of public safety. Yes, not only were you someone on probation who was willing to be in the possession of a firearm you were prohibited from having, but then you engaged in conflict and discharged that weapon. And we could be, here under very different circumstances 10 years down the road while you're serving your felony murder conviction.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's interesting to hear you say you want to take full responsibility, because I was kind of reading something different in the report that the parole officer prepared for us after interviewing you. Because the Pruno ticket in May, that wasn't yours, right?
It wasn't mine, but I did take responsibility for that. It was in myself, so I'll take full accountability for that.
Where did you acquire the firearm?
I bought it off the street.
So where did you train in, loading and discharging and storing that weapon?
I just learned different things as life progressed from friends, YouTube, things like that.
Okay, but you understand that every gun handles differently.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So you think you're going to keep yourself safe with a gun that you're not trained in how to use?
No, ma'am, I do not. At the time, I did. Like I said, I had a very bad outlook on life and distorted thinking. I thought that I needed a gun to protect myself, and I learned that that wasn't the case. That I was my biggest, worst enemy was myself.
How long have you been a daily marijuana user?
Since I was younger, since my teenage years.
Do you think it's a problem for you?
Yes. Yes, I do.
In what ways?
I was using the marijuana to help me cope with my reality, help me cope with my stress and my anxiety. And now I was able to find other ways that I can deal with those type of issues. I practice meditation in the morning and at night.
I did hear you talk about yoga and meditation, and that's all really positive. So in addition to being in the illegal possession of a firearm, you were under the influence every day, all day, because you were smoking
Not every
5
day,
blunts a
all day,
day.
but yes,
You were
not every day,
smoking
all
5
day, but
blunts a
most of the
day.
time.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, maybe when you were asleep, you weren't as under the influence, but you know, that's a significant habit. It's expensive too. I mean,
Yes,
isn't
ma'am.
that
Yes,
part
ma'am.
of the problem?
Yes, ma'am, and to help myself with that problem, like I said, I do 10 AA and NA, Narcotics Anonymous
Yes,
and
I heard
Alcoholics
10
Anonymous.
times a week. I've
Yes,
never
ma'am.
heard anybody being able, while incarcerated, to go to that many meetings in a week.
Well,
So that's
thankfully,
pretty impressive. So
Yes,
you
ma'am,
finished
thankfully.
Tier 4 in April, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so there's no way that we would grant parole before you finish the Tier 4 program. So, I
completely
mean,
understand
that's bottom line. I think you could really benefit from New Thoughts and a fatherhood program as well. So I
Okay.
hope you'll ask for those programs after the hearing is over. This was a situation where you were feeling intense jealousy, rivalry for this woman's attention?
Unfortunately, that was not the case. It was really over my daughter at the time, and I tried to have a conversation about my daughter's well-being, and it escalated. My
Well,
stepdaughter
you tried
at
to
the time.
follow the victim into his own home. And then, you know, the aggression started. So there was absolutely nothing in any of the documents concerning the incident that spoke to your daughter. You forced your way into his home. You threatened him over Giovanna. Is that how you say her name?
Yes.
A fight ensued and the gun went off multiple times.
Yes, ma'am.
You had
Yes,
said to
ma'am.
him, "Are you ready to die over this shit?" What was that? What was that in reference to?
Unfortunately, the police report isn't as accurate as I hope it was, but that is the basis of what happened. We got into an argument in his driveway, and the fight took place in the driveway, and the gun went off.
You know, your language to me, Mr. Smith, does not speak of taking responsibility. You discharged that firearm.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You escalated that conflict with
Yes,
the
ma'am.
firearm.
I had no right being there. Yes, ma'am. Yes, I did. I deeply
Mr.
apologize
Rodriguez,
for that.
any
Yes,
questions
ma'am.
for Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you still have voices to take?
Yes, I'm in Voices now.
You're in it now. When did you start?
I just started Voices on December 2nd.
Okay, so you've got a ways to go with that as well.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I think my colleague covered enough an area for me. I'm good. I'm glad you've got some good things going. You had a good opening statement for us that provided a lot of information. But I agree that there's still some of these things that still got to be taken care of first.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. I'm done, Madam Chair.
Okay, no questions. Okay. So this is Mr. Smith's third gun conviction, which in and of itself is concerning. But while he was out on probation for a weapon in a motor vehicle, he acquired another firearm illegally. He now has 2 standing criminal protective orders against him and 3 years of probation ahead. Very disappointing to see that he would come into the facility and get a fighting ticket and a threatening ticket. That really stood out for me as not reflective of the change that he detailed for us in that opening statement.
Yes, ma'am. It was after going through so much.
I'm going to ask you not to interrupt because we're discussing.
Oh, okay. I apologize.
Putting things out on the record. So it's for those reasons that I will not be supporting Mr. Smith being granted discretionary parole today. Mr.
I'm
Wright.
basically at the same place, Madam Chair. I will not be supporting discretion parole today. Either, I think he still has a ways to go on this programming and get himself together to be on the outside of the community.
Panel member Barry. You know, I would find it hard. I'm a little bit torn because, you know, he's with us until August of 2027. However, he has a sponsor. He's going to his mother's in New Haven. And it's not just his third gun conviction, but the weapon was fired multiple times in this incident, and lives were in danger. And it was an absolutely unnecessary situation. So I'm not going to recommend a rehear. Was that something you were considering?
No.
No.
Okay. So I have criminal history, nature and circumstance, offense on probation, and poor institutional adjustment.
I have inadequate full participation.
Well, I didn't, because he's in tier 4 and he's in voices, and so they're on
Still considered.
underway.
But I mean.
I had inadequate institutional participation as well.
Okay.
Because he hadn't finished anything yet. He's just started.
Okay. So in the matter of Richard Smith, inmate number 390471, there is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your criminal history, the nature and circumstances of your current offenses, your offenses being committed while you were on probation, your poor institutional adjustment, and your inadequate program completion participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Parole is denied.
Okay, thank you for your chance and opportunity.
We wish you much success, sir.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Richard Smith and Mrs. 390471. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunphy. Today is Monday, December 8th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Panel member Barry.
Panel member Rodriguez.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Rich L. Dakin, inmate number 393646.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Rigel Dakin, inmate number 393646. He is serving a total effective sentence of 33 months, followed by 5 years of special parole and 18 months of probation for criminal possession of a pistol revolver, violation of probation with underlying charges of burglary third, violation of probation with underlying charges of 2 counts of violation of protective order, violation of protective order, and 2 counts of illegal operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol or drugs. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of December 19, 2025. There is no victim in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the domestic violence program and is here too. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls in a moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Dakin, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good afternoon. Name is Richard Dakin again. I want to begin by taking full responsibility for my action that led me to be in this situation. I understand that carrying a firearm without a proper authorization was a mistake, and I regret the decision that brought me before you today. My intention was never to harm anyone. I was driven by fear and a strong instinct to protect myself and my family in an environment where crime and violence are a part of daily life. That's not my excuse for my action, but I hope it provides context for the state of mind at the time. As a full-time father, my top priority was always been to provide for my children and to make it home safe. Excuse me?
Please continue.
Okay. As a full-time father, my top priority was always been to provide for my children and to make it home safely to them every night. I made a poor decision out of fear, not out of disregard for the law. Since that time, I had the opportunity to reflect deeply on my choices and the example I want to set for my kids. During my time away, I've been taking meaningful steps towards becoming a better man and a father. I have completed several programs that helps me grow mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. Before this, I also earned my CDL Class A license, which opened the door to stable, legitimate employment once I'm released. My goal is to build a career as an entrepreneur in the transportation field so I can provide a secure future for my family and to contribute positively to my community. Being separated from my kids had been the hardest consequence of all. I have missed moments in their life that I can never get back, and that pain had strengthened my commitment to living within the law and being present for them as a father and role model. I respectfully ask the Board of Parole to consider my progress, my accountability, and my dedication to rebuilding my life and being a positive influence on my family and my community. I am determined not to let this mistake define me, but to use it as a lesson to guide others away from the same path. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my letter and for considering my circumstances.
Thank you, Mr. Dakin. We appreciate that you wrote all that out and spent the time reflecting. You delivered it nicely. We're going to take turns asking questions of you based on the documents that were available to us, and then we will discuss your case and give you a decision this afternoon. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Rodriguez is going to begin the question.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Mr. Dakin. Dakin, correct?
Yes.
Thank you for your statement. It was very, very well put together.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. But I have to be honest with you, I'm concerned about the charges that you have and the severity of the charges that you have. I mean, the violence in this, I mean, it's just a little bit, too much.
Yes.
Can you tell me what you're taking responsibility for?
I'm taking full responsibility for all the charges, basically violating my probation, taking full responsibility to carrying a pistol without a proper authorization, as I said in my letter. Taking responsibility for violation of the protective order, and also driving under the influence of the alcohol.
And what about the actions in the domestic situation?
So my domestic situation, as you can see,
when I read the document, it sounded as if you were kind of blaming the victim for it.
Oh, no, I mean, A part of it, I could say, I'm not actually blaming her, but a part of it was because of her influence on me also. My victim, I had a child with the victim, and we was going through a little breakup at the time. And with me, like I said,
What's a little breakup?
Now, we was going through a breakup at the time.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we was going through a breakup, and
What was her influence on you?
No, I'm saying I was just trying to like rebuild my family. I was trying to like give my family back, but at the time we had went to court to.
Was that something she wanted?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, I say yes, Your Honor. I got in court, but yes, because at that time we was both contacting each other, which I was not supposed to be contacting her. You know what I mean? And you know, having a kid together. Yeah, I mean, beyond the court say no contact, but you know, us, we still was having contact for the kid, you know? So.
Well, yeah, but you know you weren't supposed to do that.
Totally understand.
I mean, I don't know, I didn't get like a whole lot of, even in your opening statement, which was good, I didn't hear a whole lot of change.
Yes,
you took some program. Let's go to the program. You took some programming, right?
Yes.
You took domestic violence.
Absolutely.
Tell me what you learned from it.
In domestic violence, I learned about power and control. As in,
can you tell me without looking at the paper, because you're not going to be carrying the paper when you're involved in a relationship.
Okay, yeah, I learned about power and control as far as using economic control, you know what I mean, sexually abused, like control over your partner. I had learned about taking like timeouts. So I really did learn a lot from taking these DV classes, and I feel like it really helped me open my eyes to like knowing the difference, different abuse, emotionally, mentally, physically, you know what I mean? And moving forward, honestly, I feel like I had changed as a person being away from my family.
Well, you know, that's what I'm trying to get from you, because you know, although I hear you saying the words and saying, you know, the words that you probably heard in the session, you know, tell me about what's a positive relationship. What's going to make a positive relationship for you, someone.
But I had jot. That's why I said I jot down a few notes here that I wanted to.
You're not going to have notes though when you're having a relationship with somebody, so you're going to have to remember how to do it and how they handle the things that you got to handle that way, and what makes a positive relationship.
Yeah,
you're not going to have a note that's going to tell, oh, I got to trust this person. Oh,
yeah. I totally understand. I know. I feel like I learned myself a little more. And I feel like I know how to like walk away from a lot of situations now. Being away, have this time to work on myself as a person. I feel like I better myself in a lot of aspects to where I know how to walk away from situation, deal with situation differently.
Okay.
All right. Do you have notes with you on the programming you've taken?
Yes, I had a few people.
Is this on your domestic violence?
Yes. So with this one, I had like it says best relationships. So the best part of the relation, the best actually stands for, the B stands for boundaries, the E stands for equality, the S stands for self-esteem, and the T stands for talk. So I felt like I had learned. I felt like I mean learn a lot from there. And this is the type of abuse that I really pay attention to. With the physical, emotionally, sexual abuse, I learned a different type of abuse that I didn't know about before.
So what's a healthy boundary in a relationship?
healthy boundaries, making, having a partner, making her own decision, giving her space. Each person in the relationship should have their rights to set his or her limitations, you know?
Can you give me an example?
An example, it may include like language or behavior or touch, you know?
Like if she doesn't want to be touched, then you can accept that?
Absolutely.
All right, what about going through her phone?
Going through her phone, I'm not that type of person that ever goes through anyone's phone. I don't go through phones. But
that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Listen, you know what? I think you should keep, my colleague's right. You should keep those notes available to yourself. No matter what happens today, you should keep those notes. Because I think those, she's right, those will probably be very helpful for you to continue to look at and read up and look at and continue to kind of just refresh yourself that you have them available to you. Did you do the same thing with some of the other programs that you've taken?
I have taken.
Did you do voices? Did you do voices?
No, because when I came here, they told me I had voices at first on my OAP, and then they actually changed it to domestic violence. And then they had me do tier 2 also.
I see that. It was removed and changed to DV.
Yes.
But it would also be good for you to understand the effect of your behavior on victims and on a person that you're dealing with. Yes. It would also be good for you to understand that.
Yes, and I speak to plenty of counselors here, and I explain that to them why they removed voices and gave me DV instead. And they told me like all the stuff that I could actually learn in voices, DV is a better group for me, and I could actually learn all those things also in the domestic violence group.
So here's my next question: were you under the influence when these events happened?
A few times, yes.
So you've taken tier 2?
Yes, I have taken tier 2.
What have you done? Well, tell me a little bit about your tier 2 involvement.
My tier 2 involvement, I really pay full attention to being under the influence of alcohol and what alcohol could do to a person. And
not only to a person, but to the community. You have two illegal operating under the influence.
Yes. And also,
so not just
can I speak on? Sure. Yes. Can I speak on those?
Yeah.
So my two under the influence situation. I was out on the weekend because I do CDL truck driving. I drive all over the state. So like on the weekends, I might come home. I want to have a little fun, go hang out with the boys, because I don't drink like on a day-to-day basis. I mostly do this on the weekend. You know, so if you could see in the report, every time whenever I got arrested in those two situations was the weekend. So my first situation was I was actually out with my friends and I had a few drinks. So before I actually drive home, I took full responsibility by pulling over the car and taking a nap inside of my vehicle. And that's when the cops came up on me and asked if I was okay. And I told them I was fine, this, that, and the third. They had me do the walks and stuff like that. You know what they do. And while I was doing that outside, that's when they had searched the car and they had arrested me. My second situation was, you know, sometimes you drink and you feel like this is not an excuse for drinking or anything, but you feel like you got it under control. But I had pulled over on the side of the road again, happened to take a leak on the side of the road, which wasn't right. And that's when a cop had pulled up on me like, "What are you doing? You okay?" I'm like, "Yeah." And then there we go again with the.
But you were drinking. But you were drinking. And you were driving.
Yes.
So you put yourself in danger and you put the community in danger too.
Yes, absolutely. But
even though you may have felt you were in control.
Yes. And the second time, like I said, the second time I was driving, but the first time I did take responsibility. I pulled over my car.
But those concern us because we have to be concerned about public safety. Those kind of offenses concern us. You understand that, right?
Absolutely.
You know you're gonna be on the deadly weapons offender registry, right?
Yes.
Not be allowed to carry any weapons, that's it, otherwise it gets worse for you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't planning on trying any more weapons.
Well, my concern is that you feel you're unsafe in the community. And what are you gonna do when you go back out in the community?
When I go back out in the community to this time, I feel like people, places, and things was my biggest problem. Like the people I hang around with, the places I go, was a big factor in my life. So right now, I feel like going back out to the community, I want to spend more time as a family because I am a family man. I got 5 kids. I love them dearly. I want to do more family things, spending more time with the kids. You know what I mean? Just work more, being around the kids more, and stay away from the negative things that will have me thinking I should need a weapon or anything like that.
What's going to be your support system when you're out?
I got a few. My family. I got a good family behind me. You know, I'm from a Jamaican background. I got my older brothers and sister. They do got little small businesses. Even my sponsor that I put down, Marcus Fox, he's a very good role model.
Your brother, right? The sponsor gonna be your brother?
Yeah. Yes, he is. He's a very good role model in the community. You know what I mean? And I feel like me being around him and taking a few pages out of his book gonna really lead me onto the right path. They have a few small businesses that I could help out with, getting myself back on track.
Okay. While you're there, have you been taking any AA?
Absolutely, I did participate. Yes.
You have?
Yes, I did volunteer. I did volunteer.
And did Tier 2 talk to you about CCAR?
Yes, I did. I did wrote for CCAR, but they told me because I wasn't that close to EOS as yet. There was like they tried to get the people that was like right there. But I did wrote them. I did try to get on the list, and
I think that's an important group for you to contact because I think you're going to need a lot of support in the community for yourself.
Okay.
Listen, did you lose your CDL because of these offenses?
At first, my first violation, I did have a year suspension, and they wanted me to put the interlock device in the car for a year. And after the year, I could be able to restore my license.
Have you lost your CDL?
At this point, I can't say yeah or nay because I don't know. I didn't look into it because I've been incarcerated. I was just telling you about the first offense that was the year violation. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Yeah. And I did have the interlock device in my car, and I was doing good with the interlock device until I had to turn myself in and in the jail.
I mean, I know you mentioned your CDL, but I don't know whether you even have it anymore. It could be it's not. Could be you don't even have it at this point. It could be it's been suspended. It could have been revoked. Yeah. So you probably got to find out before you come out.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, I think I'm good at this point. Okay, good luck to you, Mr. Dakin.
Councilmember Barry?
No, thank you.
I'm not going to ask any questions either. Sherry, we're going to discuss.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the charges were very concerning for me. The fact that he had a 23 illegal motor vehicle. He did take programming. He's taken Tier 2, and he's taken domestic violence course. Got protective orders to 47 to 2047. Got 5 years of special parole.
5 years on the deadly weapon offender registry. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I like to hear from my colleagues, but I would consider discretionary parole.
I don't have Mr. Dakin going out to discretionary parole. He was on probation, burglary third, 2 counts violation of protective order. He was found passed out in his car with a gun. He was basically stalking his ex-girlfriend, and then these back-to-back DUIs are just, the decision-making is very concerning. I don't know that he has a career in trucking left. I don't know how you get insurance to drive a truck when you have the DUIs, and he's going to have to do the interlock device again too. So yeah, it's just
I hear you.
too much. I mean, he began probation on January 18th, and just went off the rails. Ms. Barry?
I don't have Mr. Bacon granted parole either. He did receive a sentence modification that reduced his sentence by 3 months. And I think that, given his repeated lack of compliance while under probation, coupled with the new convictions, that he is not a suitable candidate for prospective parole.
That was interesting that he didn't think the special parole part of the sentence was fair.
I hear my two colleagues. I hear both what you're saying.
I mean, he's obviously intelligent. I think that he knows what's the right thing to do. He has problems doing the right things.
So I don't know what's going to do while he's in there.
He's got
father, of course.
new thoughts.
New thoughts. Yeah, there's a program.
He's got a problem with alcohol, and he combines that with his anger issues, and he talks about it, as stupid decisions. He's 34. It's guns, domestic violence, and DUIs. I don't know how we get any higher risk to public safety, but
he raised moderate
on one instrument, high on another.
Yeah.
So I have nature and circumstance, offense on probation. And certainly throw in criminal history. Did you have?
I have criminal history in our probation. And as a condition of special parole, I don't see him being able to drive without a parole officer's permission. So
yeah,
I just, I don't know how driving is going to be a violation.
Mm-hmm. I have no driving, no alcohol, domestic violence, and no contact with DM. Anything to add?
No.
In the matter of Rochelle Dakin, inmate number 393646, there is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your criminal history, the nature and circumstances of your current offenses, and these offenses being committed while you were on probation. I further move to set the following conditions for your 5 years of special parole. You're not to drive without your parole officer's permission. You're not to consume any alcohol. You're to participate in behavior management for domestic violence, and you're to have no contact with the victim, DM. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so parole has been denied.
This concludes the hearing for Rochelle Dakin, inmate number 393646. You're all set, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, can I have your name real quick, please?
Donald Scott.
Thank you. We'll be right with you. Scott.
Thank you.
without a contract.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, December 8th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Councilmember Berry.
Emma Rodriguez.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Donald Scott, 399560.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Donald Scott, inmate number 399560. He is serving a total effective sentence of 8 years, execution suspended after 42 months with 5 years of probation to follow for violating a standing criminal protective order, criminal possession of a pistol revolver, violation of probation with underlying charge of larceny, second, and interfering with an officer resisting, followed by failure to appear. As of today, record reflects the parole eligibility date of December 26, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender and has been reviewed and shows the offender has not completed any programs to date. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation systems, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Scott, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
You have something to read?
Yes, ma'am. So first and foremost, I'd like to say thank you for this opportunity to plead my case and be granted parole. In my past, I can 100% admit that I've never done great on probation, so I'm pretty sure you guys are already on edge about granting my release. Since my incarceration, I've achieved getting my diploma, my serve-safe license, OSHA 10, and I was in culinary until moved to Walker and then finally to Carl Robinson. I have 2 children, my daughter Kennedy, who's 8, who needs me more than ever right now, and my son Braden, who motivates me to be the best man I can be so I can pass it on to him. I have a great support system, which includes my brothers, my mother, my cousins, and a godmother who invited me to come stay with her upon release with open arms. When I get out of here, the first thing I'm going to do is land a job and save up enough money to get my own place so I can get custody of my children. Once I've achieved my goal, I plan to revamp my clothing line with hopes of opening up a store selling my merchandise. In between, I plan to retake culinary class and also real estate classes. Culinary because I love to cook, and real estate because I promised someone who's been inviting me to come work real estate for her for years, and I was too distracted with doing all the wrong things to see the opportunity I have right in front of me. This time really opened my eyes and made me a better person, and I just can't wait to get home to accomplish more so I can leave a legacy for my children and also show others that it's not about how you start but how you finish. I came from Trumbull Gardens growing up, and I've seen a lot of violence. I had some of the closest people to me pass away that could have easily been me. I feel if I'm released, I can and I accomplish everything that I plan to. Not only will my story change my life, but I feel like it'll change a lot of other people's life knowing my background.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. That was an interesting opening statement. We're going to ask you questions, then we'll discuss your case and make a decision. We'll begin the questions with my colleague, Panel Member Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Scott, I appreciate your opening comments, and I'm glad that you aspire to be a better person, better father to your children. You sound like you got a whole bunch of things, and they're all over. So you probably should hone in on 1 or 2 of them and try to make those successful. I'm glad to hear that you have a tremendous amount of community support in regard to community. That is a phenomenal accomplishment, and you should be very proud of yourself. Once you're out in the community, it will help you absolutely be more marketable when it comes down to your employment endeavors. I hope that you do get a clothing line and up and running, and that probably be a very lucrative business. I mean, it can't be too expensive because you have like Chia and Food and all those places that sell all this stuff dirt cheap. Anyway,
The sound is going up. I can't hear anything.
are you going up or out?
It's like it's kind of going out. Like I can't hear nothing you're saying.
Okay, let's let me ask my questions then. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, ma'am.
So, you mentioned your daughter, she's 8, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how would you feel if someone punched your daughter in the face?
I would guarantee feel mad.
Right. So why would you do this to another female, somebody else's daughter?
Do what?
Why would you punch somebody else's daughter in the face?
I don't recall punching anybody in the face.
So you were involved with this girl and you moved in, this victim in this case, right? And
Yes.
she wanted to break up with you, and what did you do?
I think I'm not sure the story you guys have. That never happened.
Well, what's the story?
If we're speaking about the current situation, the story was upon I bonded out from a prior incarceration that happened like right before this, and pretty much it was just like a disagreement. She was asking to go through my phone, and when I asked her to see hers, for some reason she just ran out the house. On the way running out the house, when I grabbed her phone, she just started screaming for help. I never had a chance to do anything. When she ran, I just left. I couldn't do nothing. I never punched her in the face. That never
Did you
happened.
have a gun?
I can say I had a firearm, yes, ma'am, but
Was
that
it
had
in
nothing to do with her.
inside of a drawer?
No, I was arrested. When I was arrested, they found it on me inside the car. But I never had one. It wasn't in her house. No.
When she came back to the house with the police officers, because she
Yeah.
said that you threatened her with a firearm, the gun that was normally in a bureau, I guess, in your bedroom was missing. It was gone, which means, is that where you put it? That's where you stored the gun? Okay.
No, that's false.
Have you read the police report, Mr. Scott?
Yes, ma'am. I read the police report. I don't like to speak about the situation, but I can give you a little insight on the situation. Those charges was actually dropped. Like she didn't show up for court. She didn't. All of those things was dropped because it was false. And also during my incarceration, she actually was writing me and was trying to apologize for doing something false and putting me in a false situation. Personally,
Do you have any of those letters?
I gave it to the public defender in my case. I showed him. I had my brother take a picture and show him. She was writing my phone.
So how did you get, why did she have a restraining order or a protective order against you?
I have no clue. Like I said, I feel like she was just scared of my reaction to the things that she was doing.
Why should your intimate other or your intimate partner be in fear of you?
3 months into the relationship. 3 months.
Actually, I knew that girl since we were kids. And that's the thing. Like I'm pretty sure she probably was scared of like my past. I can say growing up in the past, I can't say I was a violent person, not necessarily towards females, but just as a person. So maybe she was scared of things that she felt like she knew about me or maybe heard and thought that I would react to just the things she was doing. At the time, she was pregnant.
Were you upset with her, Mr. Scott, when the two of you were breaking up?
We weren't really breaking up. It's at the time she was pregnant with my twins. And what happened was when I bonded out, I'm not sure if y'all seen, but that's the person I gave my money to bond out. She gave them her address for me to come over there. So if you were gonna break up with a person, why would you give them your address for a person to come stay there? Like I said, like when I came home, I just noticed things that she didn't think that I would see. And I think she was just scared of my reaction. But I was so focused on getting my life together, I never really had time to address it. So when I finally addressed it, I think it just feared her because of her past. She's notified me that she had a violent history with another man, and I think she just put that on me. I never did anything to that woman. Until this day, I have a lot of love for her. I do take accountability for how I reacted as far as when she ran, but I never put a hand on her.
Did you threaten her with the gun?
Never.
So what would she be so afraid of that she would run away from you?
I can admit carrying a firearm, but as far as threatening her, I never threatened her. So maybe she would just, you know.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Maybe
I was gonna say maybe she thought I would react that way to that because she was pregnant with my children, but I would never do that.
What happened to the children?
I guess she had a miscarriage. Upon my release, I went with her to the doctors. They said they couldn't find a heartbeat. So, yeah.
All right. So here's the thing, Mr. Scott. You know, while you're able to obtain your high school diploma, which is great, you're absolutely in the right program, the domestic violence program. You didn't complete that yet, right?
No, it should be completed on December 23rd.
And you have some other programs that you need to complete, but you got to stay out of trouble.
Yes, ma'am.
Why are you getting tickets?
I caught a ticket on my first day, and I can say that was a situation that could have and should have been avoided. You know, I was very immature, saw somebody, we had words, and things went left. My second ticket is when I first got here, I was still adjusting to the system here, coming from Corrigan, and I take total accountability for that. I was in the wrong.
Okay. Well, you know, you really had an opportunity to prove yourself when you were on probation. And in fact, I showed that you violated your terms of probation 4 times at least. And then when you violate your probation, you don't show up for court. So you get a failure to appear on top of the violation of probation. So you really have to start making better decisions, Mr. Scott. You're 30 years old now. Your brain is fully developed. It's time to stop minimizing your role in your situations and step up and, you know, admit when you're wrong. You still have a lot of programs left on your offender accountability plan, and you're not finished with your sentence until 2027. I think that there's more work for you to do prior to your being released out into the community. So today, I'm not sure that you're in a position to be released just yet because you're in the program. You know, you're in domestic violence. Have you ever taken that program before?
Yes, ma'am. I've taken it when I was here prior, and basically they from what they notified me is if you still like are on the same case or you got anything like that, they automatically give it right back to you.
Absolutely.
So they
should do that. That's exactly what they should do.
Right.
You know, and they're gonna, just like a drug addict. Every time you come into prison, just because you finished it 2 incarcerations ago, that doesn't mean you're not gonna get it again. Even sex offender treatment. You know,
right.
it's but you have to do better, Mr. Scott. You really do. All right,
yes,
I'm all set. Well, thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
So since my colleague was asking you about domestic violence programming, you were on probation and you were supposed to go to the Evolve program, the Family Reentry ran in 2021. You missed 17 sessions of that program. Why weren't you going?
The Evolve program in 2021, 17 sessions. I don't recall, to be honest with you. I don't know if that was one of the programs where if you miss like a couple sessions, you can't come. I don't remember, to be truthful.
Okay. Well, if you have 17 recorded absences they gave you a lot of chances to step up and take that program.
Right.
And you also had 21 times that you failed to report to probation between March of 2020 and September of 2021. So you just weren't complying. Do you remember being interviewed by the parole officer?
Yeah, she never notified me of nothing, none of that. I never, you know. Only thing I remember is about missing anything within between 2020 and is like.
Okay, I moved on from that. I'm talking about the interview prior to this hearing. You sat down with Officer Dunkley?
Yes, ma'am.
You remember doing that?
Yes.
Okay. When she asked you about your charges, you got to tell her your version. And you said that you didn't find out that there was a protective order until you were arrested.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said, I got caught with a firearm allegedly.
Yes, ma'am.
So she asked you whether or not you had a gun, and you said you did not have a firearm.
You see, the thing is, it's a very big situation that's going on. In my case, that what they did was the cop, he did a double jeopardy situation, and it was so much going on that they also charged me for saying that they found a firearm in the house. So I was trying to correct just the wrong, but I didn't want to get too into detail about it. But pretty much, like, I was charged with more than one firearm, and they only found one firearm.
I don't know what you're talking about. They recovered the firearm on the floorboard of the driver's seat, and you were the only occupant in the car. And that's why you got criminal possession of a pistol or revolver.
Yes, ma'am.
So you, when you were found in that car situation, they found ecstasy and heroin. Do you use those drugs?
No.
Why'd you have them?
I was living a wrong life at the time, and
you're a drug dealer.
At the time, I was just trying to make a couple of extra dollars.
Is that what you refer to as being an entrepreneur? Being a drug dealer?
No, ma'am. When I say being an entrepreneur, I mean as far as like the clothing line that I started for myself. I do landscaping and other businesses that I try to put myself into.
You know, the clothing business, great. You know, sounds like a hobby to me. You have back child support and you've got 2 kids. So when you get out, you need to get a job that pays you a legitimate paycheck so that you can take care of your adult responsibilities.
Yes,
and then look at developing a business plan and launching something on the side. But you really, you know, it's really time to be the adult. You know, your language interests me because you say that your takeaway has been accountability, right? Learning accountability.
Yes, ma'am.
But your language doesn't match up. When you were asked about your history with schooling, you said you got into a fight and the kid's jaw broke. I'm assuming you broke this other person's jaw. Yes?
You said when I was asked about schooling.
Mm-hmm. And whether you've been expelled or anything, you said,
yes,
I got into a fight and the kid's jaw broke.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you are actually taking responsibility and holding yourself accountable, your language would be that I broke another person's jaw in a fight. Do you hear the difference?
Yes.
You said, as far as committing crimes, I wouldn't say I was committing crimes, I was protecting myself. Here you sit. Okay. And it's concerning to hear you using some of the difficult life circumstances of your victim to blame her and hold her responsible for your choice to be threatening and abusive. Mr. Rodriguez, any questions? Okay, so we're done with the questions, Mr. Scott. Give us just a minute. Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Scott is still very young. He just turned 30 this year. He was on probation when he committed his instant offense. He rates out very high in terms of risk to recidivate, and he has accumulated 2 disciplinary infractions during this period of incarceration. He has not completed any other programs on his OAP, and but he did receive his high school diploma. While I'm happy with that accomplishment, the nature of his crime, coupled with the violence, the tickets, and the lack of programming, in my opinion, today, renders Mr. Scott not suitable for discretionary parole today. I'll just put it out there now that I would be willing to rehear Mr. Scott no sooner than 1 year, with the expectation that he successfully complete these programs, that he receive no additional disciplinary infractions, and that he provides more insight into how he can avoid further domestic cases in the future.
Because this isn't the only
domestic.
Yeah, he's the only person who's had a protective order involving him. Yeah, I find the circumstances concerning. Even like the taking responsibility for the fighting DR, first he qualified it that he was new inside the prison, and then he said things went left. Well, he made a choice to put his hands on another person.
Well, he did say, though, before he even said it, he did say it really didn't happen. It shouldn't have happened. But, I mean, it did. So, I mean, he's making progress. It may be baby steps. But I would say immaturity at this point.
I haven't denied, but I could agree with having come back.
Yeah, I'm not interested in here.
You're not interested.
Yeah, not with the guns and the threats and the DB, and he's just not accepting.
He missed a 17 session.
Which is why I said, another year, you have to pull himself, and hopefully he'd be successful and he'd be able to go out and complete the remainder of his sentence and his 5 years of probation.
I think one of the things that also concerns me is he wants to parole to Pennsylvania, and he has this objective of getting custody of his kids who are, by that time, they're going to be a little bit older and established in their lives. And it just feels like such a selfish desire to uproot them without, knowing what they want at that age. Anyway, so, and he's going to have to figure out some sort of visitation and, develop a relationship with them to begin with before, going for custody. So, all right. So the reasons right now would be what?
Inadequate program participation, his poor institutional adjustment.
Criminal history?
I'd say the nature. So
I have inadequate evidence of offender change. So you want to see him in December of 26?
Yeah.
What do you want him to do between now and then?
His OAP programs and no PRs.
Well, it looks like his only other OAP program is a tier program,
Well,
so
we didn't say Voices is on there too.
I didn't have that. I would encourage him to take fatherhood program and New Thoughts. I mean, anything that he could do to benefit him.
Yeah, lots of stuff he can take.
So in the matter of Donald Scott, inmate number 399560, there's a motion to deny parole at this time due to the nature and circumstances of your offenses, your inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change, and your poor institutional adjustment. There is a motion to rehear your case in December of 2026 with the recommendation that you complete programs on your OAP, not get any additional disciplinary reports, and take additional positive programming to benefit yourself, such as a fatherhood program and New Thoughts. You'll have to advocate to get into those programs. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. That's the best we could do for you, Mr. Scott. You'll get another opportunity next year.
Thank you.
This concludes for Donald Scott and
And
560.
serious on the mic shit.
Sir, can I have your name, please?
So you did stop. I don't write him.
What is it?
Joseph.
Oh, okay, give us 1 second. Good afternoon, my name is Parole Officer Dunphy. Today is Monday, December 8th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Panel member Perry.
Panel Rodriguez.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Joseph Emerald, 420-746.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Joseph Amaral, inmate number 420-746. He is serving a total effective sentence of 3 years jail flat for violation of probation or conditional discharge with underlying charges of burglary third and criminal mischief first. 2 counts of burglary third, violation of probation with underlying charges of 2 counts of burglary third. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of June 12, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender and has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the anger management program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Amaral, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I can read off the paper, right?
Yeah.
I have done some self-reflecting, realized a lot of my faults and weaknesses, and I have taken advantage of this incarceration to strengthen my mindset and decision-making, also my relationships and support system.
I've noticed that I blame some situations and circumstances for all my shortcomings. However, through painful evaluations, I have come to terms now knowing that I am no victim. Everything that I have done and everything that has been done to me has been from decisions I've made. Moving forward, I am going to make sure I make the right and best decisions for myself, my family, the community, and everyone involved. I understand that for the victims of my past cases and my case now, that I understand the situations. I wouldn't have liked it if it was done to me. If I was a business owner or owned a house or a car and it was broken into, I wouldn't have been happy. I understand now that the victim worked hard for that. So now I'm working hard to be a better person for myself and anyone around me in society.
All right, thanks, Mr. Amaral. Did you intend to apologize to the people you victimized?
I mean, yes, yeah.
Well, go ahead.
Sorry for everything I've done. I mean, I know now it wasn't right. At the times, I wasn't really thinking of the consequences, and I wasn't thinking of how I'm impacting these people. But now that I know that now, understanding that, being a little older, I understand I wouldn't have liked it if it was done to me. So.
All right, well, so you appreciate the harm, but, you know, you had a pretty good upbringing, didn't you?
Yes, I was raised right. I didn't always.
So you knew what you were doing was wrong. You knew it was criminal.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
so
I just didn't.
Yeah, you just didn't care. You were doing what you wanted to do. Yeah. Okay. All right. I just wanted to clear that up because it was hanging out there and I knew you knew it was wrong. Okay. So we're going to set about asking you some questions and we'll start with my colleague, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just I want to go through a couple of concerns that I have looking over your documents. I'm concerned about the fact that this year you've had 5 PRs, 5 tickets. That's one. I see 5. Contraband, theft,
Yes.
2 theft, contraband, mostly stealing.
Yeah, I'll explain. I was taking food from the chow hall. I was taking like apples and oranges. I did take some chicken when I was working in the kitchen, but that was because I wasn't getting compensated. Yes, I understand it was wrong. I shouldn't have been doing it.
Why were you stealing?
It wasn't getting commissary.
Oh.
I understand it was wrong. It was absolutely wrong. It's in the handbook. It's against the rules and regulations or whatever, but at the end of the day, I understand it was wrong, but I was doing it because I didn't have no food like that, so.
But that's the same excuse for what you were doing in the community. And you got a DR in September and you did it again in October.
In November.
In November.
You're currently in tier 2?
Yeah, I started in Cybosky. I think I did 3 or 4 sessions and then I got transferred here.
Are they starting you over again there?
I just wrote to the counselor, so I'm just waiting for her or him to get back to me about that.
I'm sorry, about what? About whether you're starting at the 3rd or 4th session or whether you're starting over?
Well, I'm gonna probably have to restart it since I'm in a new facility.
That's what I think too.
But I'm just waiting to see if I'm gonna be like, I know I'm probably on the list still, but.
Yeah. You also have voices to do on your OAP. You haven't taken that yet either, correct?
Yep. Yes.
Yeah, so the challenge for me is that I really do think you need to do some programming for yourself.
I think so.
You think so too?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's where my challenge is, right?
Just to confirm, he was tier 2.
Mhm.
3 to 4 sessions, he said.
Yeah, 3 to 4 sessions, yeah. But it makes it sound like they have to start over again. He's right in the beginning, says. Anyway, so that's kind of my concern in all of this. You're still a young man. Also, your prior history, you've got 3 different incarcerations, right? I mean,
Correct.
you've got some things you got to really work on. Pull yourself together. I mean, otherwise you're going to keep finding yourself back in the same situation. Let me ask you, how much Xanax did you take that you blacked out?
I took a half a Xanax bar, street pressed. It wasn't like prescribed to someone. It was street pressed.
Like from the street?
Yeah.
So there could have been other stuff.
Yeah, I took a half and I blacked out and I ended up taking 8 more full bars.
Wow.
That's what everyone that I was around told me. That's what they told me. I don't know how
Well, I hope
true
you
that
don't
is.
follow what people tell you too often.
Yeah, no. I cut all those people off.
Yes, I really do think you really need to, take your tier 2. And I also think you need, while you're thinking about doing that, and you're just going to be starting, and you consider, preparing yourself for support on the outside. So with tier 2, that you look at CCAR. Have you heard of CCAR?
I did one session, and then I don't know what happened. I think I started doing another program, anger management, I think, and it was on the same time as CCAR. Because I did go to one session and I started.
That's definitely an organization that you should connect with when you start taking your tier 2 program. Reach out to them. You have a tablet?
Yeah.
That's my understanding that there's a yellow icon on the tablet that represents them, and that you can connect with them through that.
Okay.
But I think that's important for you to kind of get that set up. Anyway, that's my concern. I'm not sure what, without the programming, how far we can go with how much growth you've really had. So I don't really have a whole lot of questions for you today. But thank you for answering the question that I did have. Madam Chair.
Councilmember Berry? I am sorry to see you again, Mr. Amaral. I was on your panel back in September of 2019. And we granted you that time, and you'd had no programs. I'm not going to make that mistake again. All right.
I think you heard where I'm at. I mean,
yeah.
I feel I'm in denial because he just hasn't done the program that he really needs to do. And I would even add some more programming probably on his end if he can to try to get himself together. I don't have him coming back either, but I'm happy to hear what my colleagues have to say.
Provision to follow.
Yeah.
He did so poorly when he was out in the community, absconding, using K2, committed the burglary 1 while he was under supervision. I
don't know anybody would take.
I just don't understand. If the supervision is not a deterrent as well as a
resource,
right? Why provide it?
Mm-hmm. I didn't have a burglary one.
Well, no, I looked at his record. He had a parole violation, because he committed a second example. He was arrested. They must acknowledge it, but.
And I think that concern, besides being on probation, not working and using drugs and stealing in order to get the drugs, we have somebody who's come inside and he's basically doing the same thing. He's stealing food, facing consequences, and still doing it, and not coming up with an alternative for himself. So that leads me to feeling like there's just not the change that we need to be seeing.
Yeah.
I have nature and circumstance, offense on probation, for institutional adjustment and inadequate evidence of offender change.
I only have the two for institutional adjustment and inadequate of offender change, but they are all appropriate.
Yeah.
Okay. So in the matter of Joseph Amaral, inmate number 420746, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: the nature and circumstances of your offenses being committed while you were on probation, your poor institutional adjustment, and inadequate evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Parole is denied.
This concludes the hearing for Joseph Amaral, inmate number 420746. You're all set, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Carter?
Yes, how you doing?
Good. Did you prepare a statement?
I do have a statement.
Then please have it out and ready to read.
Oh, no, I didn't write no statement. I didn't write.
Okay, good. All right, let's go.
All right, basically, I
Hold
learned
on.
through voice.
Hold on. We have to do the background.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunsky. Today is Monday, December 8th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents, available pertinent information, and preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Kerner,
Panel member Barry.
Panel Rodriguez.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Bernard Carter, 429542.
This is a rehear being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Bernard Carter, inmate number 429542. He is serving a total effective sentence of 3 years and 6 months flat for violation of probation with underlying charges of attempted assault first and failure to appear. 1. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of June 23rd, 2025. There was no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Since his last hearing, he has completed New Thoughts, Embracing Fatherhood, and Voices. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Carter, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I feel like I learned through some of these programs that I've been taking that a lot of times not just the individual that I offended that's being hurt in a situation that it causes a ripple effect to other people. So I like to take responsibility for accountability for that. I'm working on myself internally as far as like I learned like more so like I really don't view life the same way no more. So I took initiative to really interact in these programs. I know that I have to maintain employment, and I know that I have to be a father, not just somebody that's around, like a role model. It's just, I don't know. I just don't want to be the same person that's tired of just going through this cycle. That's pretty much it. I'm just tired.
Okay, I can understand that. So, Mr. Carter, I was on your hearing back in June where we gave you this opportunity, and it looks like you've really made good on it. You said you don't view life the same way. How do you view life?
I feel I need to more so like see the positive in things instead of just
counting myself out and looking at everything from a negative lens. Like I just started. I don't know how to view things different now. Just sitting here.
Do you feel like life is precious? Life is short? I mean, what's the difference?
It's a little bit of both. Life is more. I just have to look at the person, like, instead of just like not applying myself to certain things. Like I'd have to really apply myself in a positive manner to life. Like I need to see things, like I said, from a good standpoint instead of just everything being negative.
Where do you think the negativity came from?
Not allowing myself to see other standpoints, just falling back into the same cycle of just going to what's comfortable.
Going where?
Yeah, going back to what I know what was comfortable at the time, like just
okay, comfortable.
Yeah, like negativity.
Yeah, easy. Comfortable's easy, right?
Yes.
You don't have to stretch, you don't have to grow.
No, it's just same thing, same routines, the same cycle. So I said I'm just tired. Like,
you know what the word that's coming to mind is existing. You're not thriving, you're just existing.
Yeah, it's day by day, it makes sense.
So, Mr. Carter, what are your life goals?
Right now, my life goals, I was looking into the CDL. In Seymour, there's a CDL class that they offering. I have I'm trying to look into like an LLC far as doing like car rentals, but it takes a process that I have to go through before I can maintain that. So I want to do the CDL first, get that off the ground, get all my credentials correct, and then push forward to trying to branch off to get my own entity, like my own little work thing, as far as car rentals. That's just something small for right now.
Your own small thing as far as what?
Car rental business. Like I want to get an LLC after I want to start with a CDL. I have to go through Seymour. Seymour has classes, so I can obtain my CDL.
Right.
So that takes time. I can't just. So when I go through these classes, a short-term goal after my CDL, a short-term goal after my CDL will be to obtain my LLC so I can start a little car rental business.
Car rental business.
Car
rental.
Car rental. Okay. I heard you saying carpentry. And I was like, that's an interesting choice. Okay, you want a car rental business.
Yes, the small term so I can start.
Okay. All right. I'm glad that you have something to focus on. How old is your son?
My son right now is 2. He'll be 3 in April.
Does he come to see you?
Yes.
Well, where do you stand on marijuana now?
I'm too old to be smoking.
Okay. What's the downside of pot?
Downside of pot would be stagnation, prolonging, drowsiness. I'm irritable. I'm not eating correct. It's a lot of downsides to smoking. Like, can't think clear, cloud your judgment sometimes. Like, it's just, I'm all right. I feel like I'm healthy right now. So it's like, it's a fresh start, pretty much.
I would add, makes you lazy, kills your drive.
Yeah.
And it damages your lungs.
It's a big
yeah,
one.
and your brain cells. Yeah. So, and what I've said to other people is, you don't want your son thinking that the scent of your cologne is burnt marijuana, right? Yeah. Well, and based on not just this conviction, but your 2003 New York convictions, that as a felon, you can't possess firearms and ammunition.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you have the, you're about to finish the deadly weapon offender registry in 2026.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, well, I wish you much success. Thanks for talking with me. Mr. Rodriguez, any
Thank you.
questions?
I don't have a lot of questions. You completed what you were asked to do.
Yes, ma'am. Sure.
No, the car rental business is going to be a tough business to start.
Yes, it's hard.
So focus on your CDL if you can, if that works for you, and maybe make something happen with that. It's going to take a lot. But I don't have any additional questions. Thank you. Thank you much.
I would start with Turo. Buy a car, rent it out for other people, Turo,
Yeah, maybe that's a way to start.
and start that way. These people know that you're renting the car. Make sure it's legitimate.
Yeah, really.
It's gonna be legit. It's gonna be legit. Yes.
And, you got excellent evaluations for your program participation and for your work there at the facility. So honestly, I was very concerned about your New York convictions, but you were 17 and 19. You're almost 40 years old now. So I'm really hoping that you mean what you said, because you're running out of touch.
Yeah.
Officer Dunkley, I just want to double check because I looked at you when you were sharing the background for Mr. Carter. I do have that his underlying included the criminal possession of a pistol revolver. It's here on his rap sheet.
The VOP, does it say he has, did it say?
Well, the violation of probation falls under both the attempted assault first and the criminal possession.
The attempted assault first is the only one that has probation to follow. The criminal possession does not.
Okay. All right, well, that clears that up.
That's good.
All right, so what conditions do we have? It sounds like we're supportive of granting Mr. Carter early release to discretionary parole. It's going to amount to about a year. What conditions did you have in mind?
I just had a half just in case it's needed.
I had no alcohol with the question.
I didn't have no alcohol too.
Anything to add?
I haven't done. Fine.
In the matter of Bernard Carter, number 429542, there is a motion to grant parole on or after the date of December 8th, 2025, with the conditions that you not consume any alcohol and that you are afforded a halfway house if you need it.
It's okay.
Oh,
You can still see us.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, Mr. Carter.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Good luck to you, sir.
Do good.
All right.
This concludes the hearing for Bernard Carter, inmate number 42952. This also concludes the hearing on December 8th for Carl Robinson at 2:32 p.m. You're all set, Mr. Carter.
All right. Enjoy your day.
You too, thank you.